Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you please check your email?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the March edition of the LACERA Board and Investments. Call to order, and if we would, Trevor, while I know you're new, we'll go ahead and break you in with the Pledge of Allegiance, if you don't mind. If you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, that would be great. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I am missing just one second. I just need to find my.
All right. And so I see Keith is there, and Rue and Jason, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead and read yours?
Yep. So this meeting is being conducted as a virtual meeting, so I will do it. Roll call of the trustees to confirm attendance. Mr. Knox?
Good morning, I'm here.
Thank you. Miss Me?
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Santos?
Here.
Mr. Green? He's trying to log in. Mr. Rue? Miss Martin?
Here.
Mr. Gatto? Mr. Jones?
Here.
Mr. Fay?
Here.
Staff participating in the meeting includes the following: CIO Jonathan Grable, CEO Santos Kryman, Deputy Chief Investment Officer Jude Perez, Deputy Chief Executive Officer Louis Ligo, Assistant Executive Officer JJ Popovich, Chief Counsel Stephen Rice, Chief Financial Officer Ted Granger, and Senior Staff Counsel Michael Herrera. Investment staff include Bache Meserajian, Esmeralda Del Bosque, James Rice, Ahmed Agarwal, Cindy Rivera, Christopher Wagner, Scott Drazel, Dale Johnson, John Kim, Catherine Tun, Calvin Chang, and Sanaya Ganoyan. Makita Investment Group is on site, and if I'm not mistaken, Alborn. Trustees, please use your raise your hand option to be placed in the queue. At this time, we ask all meeting participants to mute your mic until you're ready to speak. Now we may proceed with the agenda.
Yeah, and so before we get into the meaty part of the agenda, I wanted to acknowledge that today will be the last meeting for Trustee Knox, Keith Knox, who I'm not sure of the entire duration of his service here, but he was one of the first faces that I got a chance to meet when I came on to the board, and have always appreciated his even, calm approach to just about everything, however potentially contentious or otherwise. And rather than being here to kind of get his flowers and endure some roasting in person, he has used the excuse of the retirement flu to be distant. So I had to approve that. But I would expect at any point along the way, and I know we've got folks have gotten to know Keith, and many of you know him longer than I do. But feel free at this particular meeting to take the liberty at any point that you'd like to, just to kind of acknowledge that. And of course, we'll do more formal wrap-ups during the good of the order. But for some of those who may not have the opportunity to do that, if you feel compelled to acknowledge that, we would welcome that as part of the order. All right. So without further ado, let's get into the approval of the minutes.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Procedure. So regarding under AB 2449, we have two trustees that are participating today. So Trustee Knox and Trustee Green have requested to participate under AB 2449. So Mr. Knox, can you please publicly disclose whether any other individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room with you?
There's no one but me.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if Mr. Green is
he logged on yet?
Logged in yet, so we'll come back to that. And now we may proceed with the minutes.
I objected with regards to Knox not being here today.
I'm sorry, Mr. Santos.
And we welcome Trustee Gatto, who is in the process of that. Noted.
Okay. I thought Trustee Santos also the last board meeting for him today.
Is it today? I thought it was April for you.
Last POI.
April Fool.
Oh yeah.
No, it is.
It is.
Today. Actually, my last meeting is going to be on the 18th.
Okay.
With the
After the committee meeting.
Day, right?
Yeah, for the Board of Investments today is the last day.
Oh, how did I miss the line? That one. So okay. All right.
gonna-
So hold on. Let me make sure this is added to the public record here as well. So again, from the perspective of a newbie, almost 4 years ago, it didn't take long for me in terms of, and granted, this was during the pandemic, so everybody was kind of blue screen to me at that level, but it didn't take long for me to recognize kind of the lion of the board that Herman is, and his the propensity to take the time to remind the board historically at kind of key points of where we were or somewhere along the journey, and how important whatever it was we were dealing, and perhaps controversial at the time, was important in the overall progress of what the board was doing and had accomplished. And particularly as a new person, it was always great to kind of get context, right? To kind of understand that maybe today's battles in a very microscopic way was actually part of a larger set of prior decisions and conflict from before. So I know I will miss, that kind of downloading of knowledge. And in the true oral history, I don't know how many I can remember from time to time. So as I see things on the agenda, Herman, I may call you and say, can you give me a little additional background around this? But Herman's just collegial nature, and you know exactly where he stands, and you know he cares immensely about the board and the organization and everyone who's a part of it. I mean, granted, he's going to be a beneficiary of that, but I think that was also important, kind of also just understanding that, it's people like Herman who put in a significant amount of time and commitment to the county on top of his role here at the board. That it's folks like those that the decisions we make here have an impact on. So I did not want to go without lauding you. For some reason, I thought we had at least one more month for you, so I apologize, Herman, for that. Okay. So without further ado, do we now do approval of the minutes, or has
Yes,
Jason joined us?
Jason just joined us.
Okay.
Mr. Green, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
I just want to make sure that there's nobody in the room with you that's 18 years or older.
There's nobody in the house that's 18 years or older.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
And except for my attitude.
All right, welcome Trustee Green to there.
Thank
So
you.
okay, we're good. So then into approval of the minutes. Any comments to the amendments or reactions to the minutes, or do I have an approval?
Move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Sure, 1 second. Jason Green. Okay. Mr. Knox,
Aye.
Mrs. Me,
Aye.
Mr. Santos,
Aye.
Mr. Green.
Aye.
Okay. Ms. Martin,
Aye.
Mr. Gatto, Mr. Fay,
Aye.
and Chair Jones.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
All right, so next we have public comment, and I know we've got some folks in, so we'll get that.
The first speaker is going to be Jordan Fine. Jordan, you will have 3 minutes to address the board.
Good morning.
Oh, thanks. Good morning. My name is Jordan Fine. I'm a lead researcher with Unite Here Local 11. As you know, LACERA faces continued ESG risk connected to the ongoing labor dispute with airport concessionaire Arias at LAX, which is owned by PAI Europe 7. Workers have been attempting to negotiate a fair contract since July 2022. Arias' economic proposal will not provide employees with the wages and benefits they need to survive in Southern California. Arias members still lack access to a defined benefit pension plan despite many months of negotiations. LACERA staff have engaged with PAI regarding the ESG reputational and headline risks posed by the strikes and attendant media attention, but this engagement has thus far not been successful. LACERA's private manager scorecard for PAI ranked the firm a 2 out of 5 on ESG issues as of Q3 2023. Only one of LACERA's 23 mid-market buyout managers has a lower score. The firm's score reflects that LACERA recognizes that ESG issues are a problem for PAI, but the fund has yet to publicly implore PAI to resolve these problems. If managers fail to respond to private engagement, public engagement is necessary. As we've shared, many of LACERA's peers, including larger funds like CalSTRS and CalPERS, and smaller funds like the Chicago Teachers Pension Fund and the Rhode Island State Investment Commission, have engaged publicly with investment managers related to ESG issues. They have done this as limited partners, and they have done this when they have more than a 50% stake. Following this public engagement, the sky has not fallen. Asking public questions of investment managers has not made these funds unable to place capital, and they have not undermined managers' ability to generate returns. What did happen after public engagement by these funds is that the problems were fixed. Please provide a public update regarding LACERA's engagement with PAI and publicly urge the firm to resolve this dispute. Thank you, and I'll just add a note. I didn't know it was your last meeting, Herman, but we've really appreciated collaborating with you on the board, and your legacy will be felt for many years. So we appreciate your service and your collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll call on Elizabeth Mejia. Elizabeth, you will have 3 minutes to address the board.
Yes, good morning. My name is Elizabeth Mejia, and I have worked at the airport for areas for over 11 years. I began as a prep cook and worked my way up as a server. I have 2 kids who are on my healthcare plan, so healthcare and retirement benefits are very important to me. One of my kids was recently sick in the hospital for a whole week. I was worried the whole time, and if not for my health insurance, we would not have been able to pay those medical bills. My parents immigrated here from Guatemala to start a better life for my siblings and me, but both of them do not have retirement plan, and so they are both still working. I sent them money to support them. It's important that I fight to have a pension plan so that I can be the first generation in my family to retire at a reasonable age. I really think that it is wrong that Areas hasn't fixed these problems and that they take money from pension plans like LACERA, but aren't treating us right or providing us with a pension plan of our own. I know you have been talking to PAI, and I thank you for your work on this, but the company hasn't offered us a fair contract. Please publicly urge them to fix this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you. And then move into our executive update and with our CIO, John Grable, and the CIO report.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, trustees. I will save my well wishes for our 2 retiring trustees for good of the order. So today, thank you for pulling up the slides. The agenda for today's meeting is slightly different. In the past, we brought structure reviews to Board of Investment committees. Those that were advanced by the committees were then placed on the Board of Investment's consent agenda. Today, we're bringing asset category guidelines, which are part of the structure reviews, directly to the Board of Investments. First, in the non-consent agenda, we have the equity guidelines. Those were advanced last month by the Equity Committee. And then we have real estate guidelines, which is a new item which has not gone to a committee. These items being directly on the board agenda are a result of discussions last month at the February Equity Committee meeting. So going forward, the committees will focus more on taking a deeper dive into asset category performance. So if we can turn to slide 4, please. Okay, so as we turn to slide 4, thank Thank you. Slide 4 shows the performance of major capital markets through the end of February, the proximate month. As you can see in the chart on the top left, global equity, as represented by our benchmark, the MSCI ACWI, which stands for All Country World Index, has rallied. Fiscal year to date, it is up 12.1%. The 1 year period, it's up 21.6%. That really is a stunning number, stunning performance. The predictions, if we were to go back a year, I recall sitting in board meetings talking about pending recessions, and none of us were planning on a 21.6 performance of global equity markets. And that's really important as we have our discussion later this morning about strategic asset allocation and potential shifts in the portfolio that none of us know what's going to happen. And if we knew it was going to happen, we would have 100% allocation to, go back a year and put 100% in NVIDIA or whatever was performing well, but we can't do that. We have to use our best information, best knowledge that we have, recognizing that the future is not knowable. On the top right, we can see core fixed income, which is represented by the Bloomberg US Aggregate Bond Index. Fiscal year to date, there's a more muted return of 1.6%. 1 year that's up 3.3%. And the yield on that of the 10-year Treasury, which really is the biggest driver of the performance of the aggregate bond index, that finished February at 4.25%. And once again, going back to the strategic asset allocation discussion that we're going to have later this morning, a 10-year Treasury yield of 4.25% probably is the biggest driver of any potential changes that the board will contemplate in strategic asset allocation. Because if we were to project back 3 years ago when we did this, that was 300 plus basis points lower than 4.25%. We can see in the bottom part of this table, it says reference portfolio. We could see the performance of a reference portfolio from 1 month to 10 years. A reference portfolio is a simple portfolio, 60% stocks, 40% bonds. We could see that is up 14.1% over the 1 year period. We do not have a reference portfolio, a 60-40 portfolio. The pension is much more of an all-weather design. It does not perform as well during strong equity rallies. But most importantly, considering that we're cash flow negative and a mature pension, it outperforms. And I'll repeat that, it outperforms in more nuanced, multidimensional markets and over longer time periods. OPEB, which is the other plan that the board oversees, is much closer to a reference portfolio that has a different allocation, much more exposure to public markets. We can turn to slide 9. So slide 9 shows the results for the pension for the slide. If we can go back one to slide 9 for January. As of the end of January, the net asset value of the pension was $76 billion, which was a high watermark for the pension. So considering that was the first month for this board, I think that's a pretty good start. And maybe we should just stop, it's
The Jones regime, in
yes.
effect. Yes.
It started with a high watermark. And, if I just looked at the flash report before this meeting and looking at the flash report, which aren't reconciled numbers, it doesn't include private market valuations come in slower, but the flash report showed us not 76 billion, but as of yesterday, 77.7 billion. So I think that more good news for the performance of the board and the plan fiscal calendar year to date. So we can see in the bottom of this bottom middle that cash is slightly above target at $1.3 billion. We had more inflows than we anticipated during the month of January. However, that capital is consistently redeployed. It is redeployed in two ways. The first being capital calls from commitments to private fund investments that have been made. So we don't know the timing, exact timing of how that capital will be deployed, but any excess cash is always deployed on a daily basis through the cash overlay. So we always have about $900 million of cash that sits uninvested. That's part of the strategic asset allocation, but everything above that is continuously invested. Our current asset allocation is on the right of this slide. And once again, to repeat, maybe this is the third time I've mentioned strategic asset allocation. We will look at different model portfolios later this morning. Going to slide 10. This slide shows historical net performance for the pension at the top and OPEB towards the bottom half of the page. Fiscal year to date, the pension is up 4.4%. That is above our custom benchmark as well as our actuarial pacing. That's fantastic. Credit, and that's over multiple time periods. Credit, fiscal year to date, is our best performing asset category at a positive 8.4%. Real assets is not our best at negative 80 basis points. And it's important to note that, credit trails its benchmark fiscal year to date and real assets exceeds it. So these asset categories, credit has a tough benchmark in short terms, short time periods, but these asset categories are performing as expected. And that's really important that we don't know what's going to happen. OPEB, the month-end net asset value was $3.5 billion, near a high water mark, probably is at one today, but it was near it as OPEB was down 30 basis points for the month of January. Fiscal year to date, OPEB is up 5.5%. And once again, that's related to OPEB's higher allocation to public markets. So its results more closely resemble the reference portfolio that we discussed on slide 4. If we can turn to slide 20. The last thing that I'll mention in my prepared remarks, and it's not on this slide, but probably is under a key initiative, is that the Board of Investments offsite, which is tentatively scheduled for September 10th and 11th, that planning has begun. As is our practice, we send a survey of potential topics to trustees. Trustees vote on those topics, and typically the top 6 vote getting items are placed on the offsite agenda, and we're targeting next week to release the survey. So please look for a Survey Monkey that will come to the board with a dozen or so topics, maybe up to 15, and then we'll develop the agenda based upon how the board votes on that. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, and again, congratulations to your appointment as well. It's good to have our LACERA leadership out there. Any questions, comments at all from the board? Yeah, Trustee Mee, go ahead.
Thank you for the report, Mr. Graver. So I do have a question. You mentioned the on-site, off-site. Funny that we just talked about it with Tim. I was thinking this might be a good topic to cover, and then everyone can vote on it. I'm thinking the macroeconomic trends, each factor, how does it impact our asset class differently. So I think that may be a really good educational topic for all of us to learn. So just as an option.
Great.
Any other questions at all?
Yeah, just one comment.
Oh, I see the little hands up there. Trustee Santos.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Grable, staff. I want to raise an issue that was brought to my attention. Somehow or another, there is this statements made by people that the CIO and the investment staff do not have the obligation to train the trustees, and that is wrong. It is the duty of, correct Mr. Grable, it is the duty of the CIO and the investment staff to educate this board on any matter that is relevant to the investment program. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Santos.
And it's really important that we remember that. It is their obligation to educate us. I've seen prior CIOs who came in, did not educate the board, and wanted to get something through, and that person obviously is no longer here. So it is important. If the CIO and the staff come to the conclusion that we're going to implement a particular strategy, it is the duty of the staff to educate us so that way we can make an educated decision on that. And it's got to be clear. If we want to get a second opinion from what the CIO is saying and or the staff is saying, that's what we have the consultant. But before we go to the consultant, we should make sure that we hear from the staff as to the reasons why they want to implement a particular strategy or do away from the strategy, whatever the case may be. We need to hear from the staff, and then we are free to get a second opinion by a consultant. The consultant, the duty of the consultant here is, from my perspective, on the reasons why they are sitting in the horseshoe with us, is because they work directly for the board, and we want to have an independent evaluation of what the staff is doing. Not because I distrust the staff, not because anybody has done anything wrong. A lot of times it's important for me to get a second opinion, an independent opinion, so that way I can sleep good at night, that whatever we're doing here, we're all in agreement. And I seen it in the past, like for example, hedge funds. When we were trying to, we were debating implementation of the hedge fund strategy, there was a lively debate between the CIO at the time and the consultant. But guess who won? The consultant was against it, a particular strategy that would relate to hedge funds that we were thinking or adopting. The staff, the CIO won. The majority of the board went with the CIO because his job is to think about that. Especially now that we added the deputy CIO, that's to allow the CIO to think, strategize, and come to this board and implement his vision in terms of the program of the organization. So I just wanted to make sure that that is clear. And the staff, you're here. If you disagree with me with what I just said, speak up now. But it is your duty to educate this board. Thank you.
Any other responses? Thank you, Trustee Santos. Any other responses to CIO report? Green, anybody? Okay. All right. Without further ado, thank you, John. Moving to our member spotlight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning, trustees. Please join me in taking a moment to recognize and celebrate the members selected for this month's member spotlight. Our spotlight program is all about recognizing the hardworking members who serve the constituents of LA County, to celebrate their contributions to our community and to provide us with a moment to reflect on why we're here and what we do. So this month's member spotlight, if you'll go to the next screen very much, is Janice Hines. She has been serving the county for 24 years and is currently a supervising children's social worker for the Department of Family Services. She's very proud of her 2 decades of service to LA County, and has really spent her life doing what she loves doing, which is taking care and protecting children. Her proudest accomplishments is working with a local union to reduce the caseloads and provide better service to her clients. She's still got some time left before she retires, about 7 years or so, and then she plans on traveling and giving back to the community. So let's thank you very much, Janice Hines, for your service. We appreciate you and we recognize you.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge, for that. And then the CEO report. Mr. Prime.
Yes, Chair Jones, trustees, good morning. Very brief CEO report. You have my report in the packet. Just wanted to remind everyone that the Board of Retirement offsite is going to be held Tuesday, May 28th and Wednesday, May 29th in the city of Long Beach. And so we look forward to inviting the Board of Investments as well to participate in that particular meeting. So if you can mark your calendars, that would be fantastic. In terms of recruitment updates, I did want to mention a couple of items. So we have hired a senior staff counsel in investments to help Christine Rosland to do her job. She's been doing a wonderful job, really an outstanding job, quite frankly. And so it's about time that we were able to find someone to assist her. So Mike Brogan, he's in the back of the room, I believe.
Yeah, welcome, Mike.
So welcome aboard, Mike. He will be our senior staff counsel over the investments, working with the investments division. And so I know that he went through a very, very rigorous selection process. And so we're very, very happy to have him join the team. So I also wanted to, were you going to introduce Josiah?
I do that at the end.
At the end, I'm sorry, okay. I should have asked you. We're still in the process of, we've made an offer for an SIO real estate position.
Oh, yay.
So we're awaiting word there, and hopefully we'll be able to bring that person on board fairly quickly. We continue to do, our interviews are going to go through Friday on the senior investment officer over global equities, and so we're making progress there. I also wanted to let you all know that the real estate FA3 position for real estate, the interviews are being scheduled as well, so we're moving along there.
Mr. Kryman, the two senior investment officers, those were done by EFL?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, all right.
Can,
Just one?
Can we just, no, but can we not talk about live interviews in
Yeah.
a public session?
Okay.
Thank you.
We're just briefing them on where we are, what the status is, and then, of course, our FA3 governance, corporate governance position, we're still actively recruiting for that particular position. So those are the updates on where we are with recruitment. I know that it's been
Yes.
an important topic for this particular board, and so I wanted to make sure that you understood that we are making progress. We have had the good fortune of hiring additional HR staff to assist us with our recruitment efforts as well. And so Carly is doing a really good job of reorganizing the human resources section to make sure that we have coverage over all of the division's needs, including investments and including legal. So with that, I wanted to turn it over to Mr. Popowich very, very quickly to give you just a brief update on where we are with March Madness.
Quick question for you there before we transition. Did you have something as well? Okay, yeah. So I see the two things there. I gotta get used to doing that. Is the what is our attrition rate like? Is our attrition rate anything? I mean, is it normal in terms of people who are by virtue of retirement or new jobs? So as many of the new people, the things that we hear coming in, is the base level, are we being able to maintain that, or are we really just backfilling as much as we're kind of losing a little bit? I'm not sure.
We're actually backfilling.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a lot of attrition over the last year. So it's really about backfilling positions, vacant positions at this point in time.
Okay, so again, I'm just the 20% vacancy rate, just trying to see
Yeah.
when we might see motion on that kind of going down. So I wasn't sure what the additions versus subtractions things were.
Right.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Kryman. Mr. Popovich.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair and trustees. So it's been an, I'll say, average retirement season this March Madness. It was we had a spike in January, but December was down from last year, and March so far appears to be down from last year. So it's average. I would expect next year to be a higher year as the contract. This is the last year of the last contract that were negotiated, and so we're doing well. We're on target. Everybody will be retired as expected, including Mr. Santos. And Mr.
I'm sure I get my check on time.
But yeah, it's been average. Even the interest in the call center, it's just a slight increase over last year, about 0.7 for the month of January, and the number of calls we got regarding retirement. So
So is it
as expected.
So is it accurate to say we have just from a capacity, because I know normally we try and be fully staffed and prepared for March Madness and the volume that comes in, so we have a little slack in capacity. Would that be fair to say?
Well,
Just in terms of,
we never
we're
have
still-
slack.
Okay, gotcha.
We tend to use overtime during this time of the year to supplement the volume for processing, as well as for, for calls. As you know, we are in the final stage, or you may not know, we're in the final stages of our specialist training class, and they'll be graduating in May of this year. This week and last week, we did something different this year. They're downstairs training on how to do one-on-one and virtual counseling. So last week it was more of the observation mode, and I believe this week they're doing the counseling while they have a veteran staff member there right next to them, make sure that we cover everything. That's new this year. My understanding is it's going swimmingly well. I've been down there a couple of times. I know Mr. Kryman was down there yesterday and talking to the class and seeing how they're doing. But these changes that we've made to our training program are designed to get them on the floor, so to speak, and working with members quicker. And so after this, they do about a week or so of production in processing, and then they'll be released to their assignments. And then in May or June, we will have our new class starting, and the cycle begins again. So we're really excited about, keeping the mill churning, so that we can fill those those vacant positions, and provide better service to our members.
Yeah. I think it's important to point out that that a lot of the counseling sessions are individuals that come in that are thinking about retiring, but then they decide not to after the counseling. So we still have that workload. So it's not just about looking at how many individuals are retiring, because we still have a need for additional retirement benefit specialists, and the 16 individuals that that are in the training program are going to make a major difference, and we're more than likely we'll see it post March Madness.
Well, and part of what I was connecting to, and I apologize, Trustee Santos and Trustee me, I'll get to you, was just trying to notice whether not in the KPI dashboard, whether not the utilization. If you look at the utilization numbers, that's what I was kind of asking. Was there a little bit of slack because the volume was down, less or not? But that was the only reason I was trying to.
Yeah, our utilization number for our call center is still high. I don't have we're working on revising the metrics and the way that we track the activity in our member service center to be more automated, right?
Okay,
It's very manual, has been very manual recently, and now it's automated. So I don't have utilization rates for that yet, but in the call center, it's still higher than I'd like to see.
Okay. And then at some point, the technology investments that we've made will also allow us to kind of have some force multiply effect where for each incremental person we add, we're able to service more than you would on a one-to-one kind of staff to person basis, but just curious. Trustee Me and then Trustee Santos.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. First, thank you, JJ and your team handling this March Madness. I heard about it. And then also, Mr. Kramer, thank you for your work in making progress in hiring. That's something that I learned about, and become concerned about the recruitment. Not everyone on this board work in the government agency or department. I do. So I understand how difficult it is, hiring and recruitment in public agency with the complication and process that we have to deal with, So, but to help us understand it, to understand how the board understand it, what are the challenges in the process, what are our process like in the high level view, and what would be the bottleneck that we could work on, maybe figure out an idea to work around it to move faster. Because I'm thinking we're feeling a leaking bucket, right? So if we're not feeling fast enough, then we're still gonna stay in that 20% of vacancy. So we'd love to hear and learn more about the challenge we have, the bottleneck and anything we can do to expedite.
Yeah, we can certainly come back and talk a little bit about the challenges. It's always, the positions that Mr. Grable need are highly technical in nature. and he has to go through a very rigorous process because it's important that he hires the right individuals. And of course, we have the civil service constraints where we have to go through the application process and make sure that everything is fair for all the applicants and so on and so forth. Compensation is an issue for not only the investment staff, but also for our lawyers, our attorneys. I think that on the pension side, we have a little bit more latitude. There seems to be a lot more interest in people wanting to become retirement benefit specialists, get the training and so on and so forth. And so the problem is that, we open up an exam and we get 500 applications, and the process of going through those and qualifying people, that's what provides, a longer window for us to hire individuals. We're in the process of hiring IT folks as well. We opened the exam up in 2 weeks, and we've received several applications of interest, and so we're in the process of going through those as well. We've had to supplement over the last couple of years with outside recruiters to help us with Mr. Grable's positions as well as with Mr. Rice's positions. We had a shortage in talent in our bodies in the human resources section that we've actually managed to close the gap now. And so I think things are starting to pay dividends, all the things that we've done over the last two years. I know that Mr. Santos, Trustee Santos, has been probably my biggest critic and supporter at the same time when it comes to hiring individuals. And so that's kind of the challenge that we have, and it's indicative of working in a governmental agency.
Trustee Santos.
One last time, pain in the rear. Two questions I have, Mr. Kryman. Thank you for your report this morning. One, it would be great if you explain to this board why is it important that they attend the offsite of the BOR, the Board of Retirement. I know the reasons why, but I think it's important to hear from you directly. And the other point or question that I have, Mr. Kryman, I believe about 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, I requested a compensation study for the investment staff. As you know, I have been very concerned over the years about we being able to compete with the private sector for the quality of staff that we have. We need to not only recruit them, but retain them. The last time I heard there was discussions about an RFP to do the study. I believe has been going on for 3 years now, and I just feeling very insecure that we haven't been able to get that study. That's number one. Once we get that study, obviously you have to review with this board, and I will ask you, and I ask my colleagues here on the board to make sure that there's an evaluation of incentive compensation. We are a $77 billion fund. We are going to be, and I said it many times, we're going to be $100 billion in a matter of years. We need to begin to operate at that level. We can no longer operate at the 23 billion level when I first started. So we need to think about that. And we have going to have some discussions about, that around this building, there are people, recruiters circling around the building to see who they can pick. And it's important that we have the incentive compensation. And again, I ask my colleagues to seriously evaluate that, because other than that, we're not going to be able to retain and or recruit the quality. And part of Ms. Mee's question about the recruitment is that based on the reports that we have received in previous meetings, if I remember correctly, there was one attorney that we couldn't hire because we could not pay the market rate, and other people. We don't want to be in that situation And if you can respond to both items, I would really appreciate it.
So some good news. The compensation study, I believe we executed a contract for a consultant this week, I believe, or late last week. So we'll begin the process of defining the scope of work and working with the consultants to provide them with the information that they need internally so that they can begin their compensation study and their classification study as well. And so they go hand in hand. As soon as we have a timeline, we'll be more than happy to share it with the trustees on that. So in terms of the offsite, there's a lot of reasons why it's important for you all to attend. First of all, I believe it broadens your perspective on what we do at LACERA. It gives you a lot better understanding when you go out and meet with constituents, because constituents or our members don't make a distinction whether you're in the Board of Investments or the Board of Retirement. They're going to ask you, quite frankly, they're going to ask you, is my money safe? You're going to say, yes, everything's great. Mr. Grable's doing a great job. Investment team's doing a great job. And then they're going to ask you about their health care. They're going to ask you about their pension. They're going to ask you about, wanting to do an appointment, virtual, in person, and so on and so forth. Those are the things that are really important to our members. And you can really see it when you go down in the member services and the types of questions that are being asked, and the concern in people's face, and then the relief, quite frankly, when they leave. So I think it's important because you need to understand what the pension side really does, what the issues are that we're dealing with, whether it be, looking at retiree health care, fee for service, quality-based care, Medicare, what that process is. And so it gives you a good understanding of how the disability retirement works, how retiree health care works, how the pension works. And then most importantly, it gives you the opportunity to meet my staff, the executive team, staff people, so that you can, put a face to the name. And you can always go to them when you have a constituent issue, if need be. And so it's really about educating you all on what we do at LACERA from the pension side of the equation, the retiree health care and the OPEB and things of that nature, disability retirement. So there are a lot of moving parts on this side. And I think that the educational content is very valuable for you to assist you with your interactions with our members. I did want to make a comment in terms of our obligation to train our trustees. We completely agree. We hold ourselves accountable to that. We have a value of transparency that we think is very, very important. And so I think that Mr. Grable and his investment team actually do a phenomenal job of educating staff and also educating the executive team and educating the trustees on an ongoing basis. They're always available to you all. We understand the dynamics that we play with the consultant and their importance in your evaluations of the deals that Mr. Grable and his investment team make. And so I want to assure you that the education of our trustees is of top importance to us all, not just the investment team, not just Mr. Grable, but also on the pension side of the shop. And so we do everything that we possibly can to make sure that you're comfortable with all the information that you receive and that we answer all your questions as you see fit to ask. And so with that, that's the reason why I think it's important for
Absolutely.
Incentive pay.
That's going to be part of the evaluation as well.
All right, good. Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate that.
All right, for many of our distant trustee Green or Knox, any other
I
questions?
had my hand raised briefly, but it was, thank you, Trustee Santos. I was going to bring up the same thing. He and I have mentioned the incentive-based pay a few times the last few years, and I had asked him previously, like, what was the history on this, and I know we've brought it up at a couple of different junctures. So in my mind, it wasn't like we definitely needed to have that, but I wanted to better understand what the pros and cons of that are. Have we considered it, just to give our board more information on whether or not that would be a good thing for us. So I won't be here, but I look forward to having that evaluated so our board could perhaps consider that. Thank you.
All right. That being it, okay. Thank you very much. So go ahead and move into the non-consent items. All right, so non-consent items, growth functional category, investment guidelines, update. Meeting, well, do you have a time?
Yeah.
The printout version, yeah. So again, just to remind, in the revised tempo, meeting tempo, that we will, it is our intention to break as a board for lunch brunch around.
Who's gonna arrive at 11 or 10:45, 11?
It's usually 10, okay. Yeah. Around 10:40, 10:45-ish or so. So just as you plan your clocks accordingly. That's just a 25-minute break.
So this is perfect timing. It's supposed to start at 9:55.
All right, you're 4 minutes early. Okay, so let's see, DDA or Chris, who's leading the?
I am.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Oh, awesome, even better.
Great.
Good.
All right. Good morning, Chair Jones, members of the board. As CIO Grable mentioned this morning in his commentary, we delivered this item to the committee last month, and for the benefit of the full board, we are conducting it today. So today we're discussing the recommendation to approve proposed modifications to the growth functional category investment guidelines for global and private equity. For context, upon board approval to move to a delegated authority framework last year, staff highlighted that a series of documents would be brought to the board, including investment guidelines. The proposed guideline modifications we are reviewing today are minimal, aimed at improving consistency, clarifying language, and making slight adjustments to enhance operations as well as our emerging manager program. Attachments 2 and 3 of your packets are concurrence memos from consultants Makita and Stepstone. Thank you, Melissa, for driving slides today. Can we please start on slide 3? Great. Here we present a timeline of the growth functional categories portfolio structure. Since 2020, we've conducted 3 structure reviews, and the next is slated for the second quarter of 2024. Slide 4, we provide an overview of the delegated authority framework, which you've seen sometimes in previous memos. And what we see is through the infinity loop, it shows how the governance that's set on the left-hand side, 1 through 3, is implemented and translated by staff 4 through 6 on the right-hand side of the page. So if we stay on the left-hand side, at the highest level, the first thing the board approves is the investment policy statement, which sets the governance for the total fund. The second item in the order is board review and approval of the strategic asset allocation, which is currently underway. And last, highlighted in yellow, are asset class structure reviews. As an asset allocation for the fund is approved, each functional team conducts a structure review to address how to implement that strategic asset allocation. Next. Now here we address the role of growth, which is to be the primary driver of long-term performance for the total fund, while managing risk through diversification of asset types. Growth includes 3 subcategories: global equity, private equity, and non-core real estate. However, I'll note that non-core real estate is reviewed as part of the real estate structure review and will be discussed in the next board item on the agenda. Now, the slide further outlines the specific role for global equity, which serves as the foundation of obtaining U.S. and non-U.S. public equity market returns, and private equity's role to deliver the highest performance over time with an acceptable level of risk. Moving to portfolio composition. The slide provides a breakdown of the growth portfolio as of December 2023. On the left-hand side, we see that the growth portion constitutes roughly 53% or $40 billion of the total fund. And on the right-hand side breaks out growth between the three categories that I mentioned before: global equity at around 34%, private equity 18%, and non-core real estate 2%. At the bottom of the page, we provide actual allocations compared to the board-approved policy targets, ranges, and performance benchmarks for each sub-asset class. I will now pass the presentation to Ron, who is going to cover the proposed global equity guideline changes today.
Thanks, Esme. Good morning, Chair Jones and trustees. Starting on slide 8, please. A quick note on format. Across the presentation, we display two tables for the investment guidelines slide. The table shaded green at the top shows the proposed changes. The table shaded blue at the bottom shows the existing guidelines. The complete set of guidelines, if the proposed changes are approved, are in the appendix section of this presentation. At a high level, the goal of the changes made to the global equity guidelines are to reflect the current composition of the global equity portfolio and to introduce risk parameters for sector exposure and manager diversification. Starting on the first row at the top under proposed guidelines, you'll see that the first proposed change is for sub-asset class allocations within global equity. As a reminder, there are 3 sub-asset classes within global equity. With a 60% target, the passive strategy makes up the largest portion of the portfolio. The objective of the passive allocation is to gain exposure to market beta or market return and closely track the performance of the policy benchmark, the MSCI ACWI. Next are the factor-based strategies, which invest in stocks that exhibit certain variables or characteristics that are associated with higher returns, such as value, momentum, or quality. These investments generally add a modest incremental return over the benchmark. The last sub-asset class is active strategies. Active strategies seek to outperform the benchmark by investing in less efficient segments of the market. With respect to the sub-asset class allocation, we propose 2 changes: increasing factor strategies from 15% to 20% and decreasing active from 25% to 20%. These proposed changes reflect the current positioning of the portfolio, as equity markets have recently favored U.S. equities. Given that U.S. allocations have risen relative to other regions within the global equity benchmarks, our factor strategies have followed suit, considering most of our factor exposure is in the U.S. market. For line 2 sector industry, we're proposing to limit GIC sector exposure to plus or minus 5 relative to the policy benchmark to ensure that the portfolio remains close to benchmark weight. Last, for manager diversification, we propose restricting assets of a single manager within the active category to a maximum of 10% of the global equity portfolio, excluding the Emerging Manager Program, or EMP. The objective is to reduce concentration across the portfolio. Next, we cover the investment guidelines for the Global Equity Emerging Manager Program on slide 9.
Hold on real quick, if you would. Tim, if you back up a slide real quick. Is that reallocation we have in the global, back up one slide if you don't mind, slide 8, please. Do we have the ability to back that up real quick to slide 8? Okay, yeah, so Tim, is that movement, that slight adjustment that we're making between factor base and active base for the US concentration of stocks, are we kind of leading our peer group in that kind of reallocation, or are we kind of following where most of the other people that we benchmark in that particular, I don't know how thinly we slice our peer comparisons, but are we kind of in front, behind a little, or is this kind of everybody's moving in this direction and are about now?
it's somewhat difficult to ascertain across the large peer group, but I would say, overall passive is utilized in roughly about the same amount. I mean, you have outliers like the state of Nevada is more or less all passive. And then uses private equity to sort of provide alpha to the portfolio. But I would say you're right on target for where passive is. I think you're a little bit ahead of the market in having a distinct category for the factor-based strategies. Other people will incorporate that somewhere into the active mix, or they'll call it enhanced passive. But I think delineating that very clearly, that it's something different than passive, but also something different than what you're trying to achieve with active, is kind of ahead of the curve for what other people are doing.
Okay, it's nice to know. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Starting at so we're on slide 9, please. So starting at the top, the EMP is measured against the global equity benchmark, the MSCI ACWI IMI. Second, investment size. The allocation to emerging managers is 0 to 10% of the global equity portfolio. Third, for manager diversification, LACERA is to represent no more than 40% of the separate account manager or emerging manager's firm assets. Next are a set of program parameters that are standard for inclusion into the MP that cover 4 areas. 1, organization, that identify characteristics such as assets under management, independent firm ownership, and age of firm. 2, investment experience. 3, manager diversification. And lastly, reporting. The next line covers the definition of emerging managers, who are majority employee-owned firms with less substantial assets under management and may lack a long-term performance record. We then provide a graduation description that typically reclassifies the sub-manager from LACERA's emerging manager program to LACERA's primary global equity portfolio. Lastly, for the graduation timeline, the target is 3 to 7 years after initial investment. This is consistent with the graduation timeline across the growth portfolio and the majority of LACERA's EMP programs. I will now pass over the presentation to Didier, who will cover the private equity guidelines.
Thank you, Ron. Good morning, Mr. Chair and trustees. The next 4 slides cover the private equity proposed investment guidelines. As Esme mentioned, Stepstone, LACERA's private equity consultant, has reviewed the proposed guidelines and has attached their concurrence memo to the end of this recommendation. As Ron went over the presentation, we'll do the same format where the proposed guidelines are in the green at the top of the page, the existing guidelines are in blue, and we'll start from top to bottom and go left to right. So starting with sub-asset classes, the first proposed investment guideline update is to change the venture capital allocation as a percentage of total private equity NAV from 15 to 30% to 5 to 25% to reflect changes in market dynamics and also for us to have flexibility. The second change that we're proposing is separating co-investments and secondaries from separately managed accounts and fund of funds. Currently, they're both combined. Our program started in 2019, the in-house co-investment program, and since then has made $1.6 billion in commitments across 37 investments. So it's getting kind of sizable, and we're asking to have a separate sort of bucket for that program in itself. That said, the allocation for separately managed accounts, we're proposing a 0 to 15%, and for context, we're at 8% today. And then from co-investment secondary standpoint, it would be 5 to 35%, and we're at 15% today. Moving on to geography, this is just a clarifying point. There are no parameter changes, so to speak. It's just defining that US is 55 to 80% and also making the definitional change that emerging markets are allocated within the international exposure for LACERA. It's worth pausing here for a second and just rewinding the clock to November of 2022 when it was the last growth structure review. The board then approved moving LACERA from a discrete allocation number on an annual basis, for example, 2 billion or 2.5 billion to allocate across private equity, to a dynamic 4 to 5% of total assets. So if we take, for example, 12/31/2023 assets of 75.9 billion, we apply 4 to 5% of that, that would be the annual budget for this year. Everything that follows in these guidelines will be referencing that 4 to 5%. So for example, the annual allocation to any of the buyout fund venture capital fund, or growth equity fund in category can be up to 100% of the total allocation. Specifically, the limits coming for separately managed accounts and co-investments, which are separate categories, but each are limited to up to 30% of the annual budget for PE. From a maximum investment size perspective, nothing is changed on the primaries perspective from buyouts and venture capital and growth equity, but we are asking to put a limit that any one investment in a separately managed account can only be 70% of that year's budget for separately managed accounts, and any single investment within a co-investment or secondary can account for 25% of that year's budget as a maximum. The last change on this slide is definitional in nature. It's privatization. It expands the definition to include privatization of jobs held by LACERA members. Turning to the next slide. LACERA has an emerging manager policy that is attached to the investment policy statement. The number one goal of our emerging manager programs across all asset categories is to deliver the best risk-adjusted results. There are tangential benefits of having these policies.
Sir, before you move on, I have, Mr. Chair, if I may, I have
Oh,
a
yeah,
question
I'm sorry,
on
Trustee Green. I'm so involved in the presentations in your hand. Sorry.
on slide 10, if you could go back. I just have a question on the, I understand the percentage-based modeling that you're going after here. But as we get away from the existing guidelines, which it's a fixed number of like 130 million, minimum 5 million, whatnot, on the investment size and range, and then the proposed guidelines on the allocation and the investment size range. Can you digest those percentages into a dollar amount for myself and the board? What is 30% of the annual budget look like for the private equity budget, and up to 70% of the annual budget, as an example?
Sure. So for this year, we'll start with 4%, and just throw some round numbers out there. So 76 billion times 4%, give or take, is about $3 billion. Of that budget is for fund to funds, co-investments as its own separate bucket, and therefore separately managed accounts, and fund to funds as their own separate buckets is 30%, which would be 900 million. And then within each respective category, the maximum that we could do within a separately managed account is about 640 million. And for reference, the last separately managed account that LACERA, that the board approved, was an allocation to Hamilton Lane at 400 million. And then for co-investments, that would equate to about $240 million at 4% from on 130 million base.
So just to follow up, I mean, so it's a significant increase in the dollar amount, but it in essence, it provides, more liquidity which translates to agility, correct? In some of these acquisitions, is that fair to say?
Yes, Trustee Green.
So, so from a fixed amount to a percentage base. Okay, I understand. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Anybody else? I'm sorry, I got to learn that habit of noticing the hands here. Okay.
So just to reiterate on the purpose of an emerging manager program is risk-adjusted results. The tangential benefits are to include access to managers that are potentially too small for a direct allocation from LACERA's total fund, and the ability to cultivate these manager relationships over a period of time and hopefully bring them into the total fund. Our PE colleagues are going to go over LACERA's PE Emerging Manager Program, both the history and the performance of that program in greater detail. So really, I'll just cover the updates on this slide. And it's worth mentioning that every time, historically, pre-delegated authority, staff would bring an RFP to the board and the guidelines would be in the RFP. So all of these guidelines have been approved by the board vis-a-vis that RFP. The two changes are increasing the target allocation range as a percentage of NAV from 7% to 10%. And the second one we've already discussed, which is imposing a maximum limit of 70% of the SMA and fund-to-fund budget for an annual basis.
What's it, NAV?
Net asset value is the market value of all private equity investments, but it's also the net asset value or market value of the total fund, depending on which one you're referencing.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So for emerging managers, I think it's great that we're increasing the target amount, but the least amount we can do is 0, right? So is there a reason for why we have a minimum that it's not, can we have a minimum that's above 0?
Yes, is the direct answer. I think with some private assets, given that they're drawdown vehicles, we may be out of compliance when we implement a program because, for example, in OPEB, we put in place a private market allocation that it's 20% allocation, but we're well below target. We're closer to 0 because it takes, up to 5 years for some of these managers to draw down capital. So my suggestion is for private assets where they're in drawdown structures, I think it's important to not have structural noncompliance.
Understood. Thank you.
Turning to the next slide, we cover slide 12, please. We cover the co-investments and secondaries. The majority of the updates on this page are to simplify. So if you take a look at the boxes, they cover both co-investments and secondaries, as were before. There were discrete buckets. We discussed a maximum to any given investment here being 25%. But really the majority of the changes that you can see are on the sourcing, and it's reducing the number of bullets collectively across the 2 buckets from 4 to 3 with no changes to the actual sourcing parameters. The last change on this page is removing the investment limitation. This guideline existed pre the existence of the in-house co-investment program. And this figure is about 4 times the size of the limit that we're trying to implement now. And the reason why it was there is it used to allow LACERA the ability to buy baskets of large, diversified sort of secondary interests. And that's just not what we're doing in our secondary program today. We're focusing on smaller investments and narrow investments. So to remove confusion, we're asking to eliminate that limitation. Turning to the next slide. There are no changes to parameters here. This is solely due to changes in delegated authority, and it removes the 2 bullets in the bottom box shaded in blue. That concludes the private equity investment guideline updates and proposals. With that, we ask that the board approve the growth asset category guideline updates, and we'll stand here for questions.
Got a question. Did you want to add any additional color commentary, Tim, at all to the presentation by the team on this?
I think from our perspective, this is just a really healthy response to the change to delegated authority. So I think it's really thoughtful and methodical process that they're updating these, clearly articulating what those guidelines are in front of the full board, just so that you understand the parameters that they're acting under in the new context. So I think there's also been a tremendous amount of effort to make these relatively consistent across asset categories as well, which has been a tremendous amount of work. When we first started doing these, it was pretty siloed. Each one of them looked quite different. So I think there's been a tremendous amount of effort put into making these look very consistent across all the asset categories to be better for you all to digest.
Thank you, Tim. Trustee Santos.
Yes, where is our private equity consultant?
It's on Zoom.
Oh, it's in Zoom? Okay. Because I think any questions regarding the private equity program should go to a consultant, a private equity consultant. Mr. Fernandez, it's from Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, he's on Zoom.
Yeah, Jose's on.
Mr. Fernandez, could you respond to the previous question by the chair to a general consultant?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Santos. Yeah, we agree with the recommendations. We reviewed everything. We think these are very consistent with the directives we understand from the board, and has the flexibility that we think the staff should have to manage the program. So we agree with all of these recommendations.
Great, thank you. I'll move approval.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
David? welcome, trustee.
So Mr. Santos made the motion, Mr. Wu seconded. I know it was you. What, any other questions? Okay,
Yeah.
Mr. Knox,
Aye.
Ms. Mead,
Aye.
Mr. Santos.
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Aye.
Mr. Rue,
Yes.
Ms. Martin, Mr. Gatto, Mr. Fay,
Aye.
Chair Jones.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
team.
much.
Yep. All right, next item, so we keep it moving here in the production schedule. Real estate investment guidelines update.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and trustees. This item, as you saw just before on the equity side, is a similar presentation that's being done to update the real estate investment guidelines. We'll be reviewing those today, and we also have a recommendation for some changes to the guidelines as they currently exist. And as mentioned, our practice has been to have the board review these guidelines every 2 years. The last time we did this was just about 2 years ago. We do expect to come back to the board with a more complete, full review of the structure in a structure review format before the end of the year. We're in the process at the total fund level of doing the strategic asset allocation currently that will likely result in, or could result in some changes to the allocation. It could also result in changes to our benchmarks. And once those are complete, we'll come back with the full structure review at that time. I'm joined by a few folks. Margaret McKnight is our real estate consultant from Stepstone Group, who's here. And then my colleagues who will be presenting today are Amit Agarwal and Cindy Rivera. So Amit, do you want to start?
Yeah, thank you, Jim. Good morning, Chair Jones and trustees. I'll go slightly out of sequence today by starting with slide number 7, the role of real estate. Slide number 6 was covered by our colleagues in the growth team. I will come back to slide 5 after covering slides 7 and 8. So if we go on to slide number 7, this is the role of real estate. Real estate is divided into core and non-core. Core real estate resides in the real assets and inflation hedges functional asset class. Core real estate provides a hedge against inflation, it provides income, and provides diversification. Non-core consists of value add and opportunistic real estate, and it resides in the growth functional asset class. Non-core aims for higher growth, higher returns, through global private investments, focusing on capital appreciation via renovations and development. Moving on to the next slide, which is the portfolio composition. I will touch on each of these functional asset classes. Real assets and inflation hedges, first of all. The range is 3 to 9%. The current allocation is around 4.7%, which is slightly below our 6% target. We are currently selling separate account assets and deploying some of those proceeds into open-ended core diversified funds. The benchmark for the real assets and inflation parts of it is the NINCRIF Open-End Diversified Core Equity, also known as the NFI Odyssey, and this has a 3-month lag. Going on to the next functional asset class, which is the growth.
Actually, can I ask you a question? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Real quick, if you could back up to that one. And because I've had conversations recently with Vache around this, do we plan at some point to break out the real estate credit part similarly to how we have a component that's in growth, a component in real assets? I know the last couple of trustee-centric conferences I've gone to, a good part of the buffet has been about real estate, private credit, and so don't know how you think about that, John.
It's part of the credit functional asset category, so it would be addressed at the credit asset category.
But do we plan to kind of break it out distinctly?
As a separate allocation? No.
Yeah, because when Vache did a great job of kind of explaining where our exposure to it is, Given some of the other investments, I just wasn't sure if we were going to break it out as a separate kind of distinct thing, either in private to be referred back to real estate or otherwise. That was a clarification. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And while we're taking the question, if you can go back to slide 7 real quick. So looking at the portfolio roll, for value add and for opportunistic, are these numbers correct? Like we're expecting around a 9% or 8 or 9% for value add and opportunistic, or is this more for representation? Because it seems kind of low for value add and opportunistic.
Those what you see for the growth where the dot is on the graph is the the entire growth category, which includes the equities that you saw. But we normally expect a higher return at the fund level, but I think at an overall portfolio level,
just wanted to
be
make sure.
justified on a similar range to what you see.
Thank you, Ahmed.
Okay, so going back to slide 8. So the range for the growth, we're at the growth functional asset class, the range is 2 to 6%. The current allocation is around 1.5%, which is slightly below the bottom range. We have made some meaningful commitments to non-core funds, which have started to now call the capital. So the benchmark for that is the NFI Odyssey plus 225 basis points. Now I'll go back, as I mentioned, go out of sequence a little bit, go back to slide number 5, if that's okay. I'll provide a high-level summary of the timeline, listing some of the initiatives that help run the real estate program. There's been a strategic shift from operationally intensive projects to return-generating activities since 2018 with the leadership of our CIO, John Grable. One of the ways we've been addressing the shift is by moving away from separate account and into commingled funds to help diversify the real estate portfolio. And a lot of the items listed in the timeline are encompassing of these strategic changes. We also conducted a search for real estate brokers back in 2023 and ended up hiring 2 real estate brokers. This will help to sell down our real estate separate account portfolio and help deploy that capital into the commingled funds that I mentioned. LACERA also had a change in real estate consultant. We changed from Townsend back in 2021 to Stepstone, and this was through an RFP process. Now I'll hand over the slides to my colleague Cindy to cover. Thanks.
Cindy, before you start real quick, for the benefit of the my new colleagues that are here, part of that transition that's not maybe explicitly said there is that in looking back at the performance of our real estate portfolio, the performance of it, I think we had measured at some point, we had pretty meaningful underperformance over the course of like a decade level timeline. So there's a lot of energy that has gone into kind of reassessing the strategy and looking to get it right for the next decade. So what you're seeing here is a reflection of that new work and new energy coming off the prior underperformance. Okay.
Well said, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And good morning, Mr. Chair and trustees. Let's jump over to slide 9, please. Thank you. So this slide summarizes some of the key investment preferences that staff considers with every potential new investment. We will navigate through the content on this slide by starting on the top left and then going counterclockwise from there. So we'll start with, to meet and maintain the fund's strategic asset allocation, every new investment consideration begins with an assessment of its impact on the total fund's allocation to real estate specifically. To select outperforming funds, staff looks for fund investments that are diversified and with a proven track record of generating income and appreciation returns. To diversify by vintage year, steady deployment of capital is pursued through various market cycles. On ESG, staff evaluates a fund's ESG performance and leverages reporting tools such as the GRESB Real Estate Assessment for comparison across managers. A focus on fees enables staff to pursue attractive fund fees and favorable structures that align interests of general and limited partners. To optimize the real estate portfolio, the near-term focus is to invest via more diversified commingled funds rather than directly held assets in separate accounts, which was a cornerstone of the legacy portfolio. As prudent, staff will consider additional investment vehicles such as co-investments and secondaries. Next slide, please. I'll pause here for a sec. Well, I'll just mention that the upcoming 4 slides are a review of staff's proposed investment guidelines updates. You'll notice that the format is consistent with the prior presentation. So if we can move on to next slide. Here we cover core real estate investment guidelines. On the top half slide and in green are the proposed guidelines, bottom half and in blue are the existing guidelines. The investment parameters remain largely unchanged with a few exceptions, which I'll go through in detail now. There's a total of 5 changes on this slide. We'll start with the first, which is sector target allocation. The range expanded to 15% above or below the Odyssey benchmark for property types. For comparison, the original figure was 10% above or below for retail, while the range for apartment, industrial, and office was unchanged. This change overall was driven by the portfolio structural shift to more commingled funds in which the partner controls property type and geographic allocations. Moving on to geography, nomenclature was updated to North America rather than simply US to be more consistent with industry practice. Also within that geography line, the parameter for regional allocation target range within the US increased to 15% above or below the benchmark for all US regions. The prior figure for comparison was 10% above or below. The next change is investment size or range. This time we decided to specify the minimum commitment size of $10 million rather than being silent on the parameter. And the fifth and last change that we'll go over on this slide here is tracking error. The long-term target expanded from 1% to 2% to reflect the portfolio's current structure, which invests in open-ended core and core plus funds. Overall, the trend where we're headed with tracking error is still a reduction overall, but the parameter moved from 1% to 2% in this recommendation. The last 2 rows on the table reference the Emerging Manager Program and co-investments and secondaries, but we'll be covering these in upcoming slides. If we can shift to slide 12. This slide focuses on non-core real estate, and there are really 2 parameters that are worth noting for update recommendations. The first is the sector target allocation range, where is proposed to be updated for property specific. It was an all-encompassing range, and now with a low end of 0% and a high end of 45%. This range provides the flexibility needed to engage in more targeted investments and opportunistic strategies. The next change here is for geographic range. For North America, the range is updated from a high end of 60% to 65%. So not a very big change, but the intent here is to reflect the incremental attractiveness of non-core investments in our domestic market. We've seen this improve in recent years. Any other changes on this slide are consistent with prior slide. The next slide, please. This slide on real estate emerging manager program is shown in all green because it's new to the asset class, though consistent with that of the real assets emerging manager program. And these parameters and guidelines were approved by the Board of Investments in January of this year. It's worth noting that a reissue of the emerging manager program separate account manager search is currently in progress. And on the next slide, we cover co-investments and secondaries.
Can I make?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for your presentation up to this point. You mentioned the Emerging Manager Program being new. I'm going to push back a little bit on that because it's really not new. We always had Emerging Manager Programs in the different asset classes, including real estate. Is that we decided at one point, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, at one point we were running the Emerging Manager Program in-house, and it was not as successful as we had hoped. And then we decided that the best avenue with regards to this particular strategy will be through a fund of funds. And so We always had the emergency manager program. It's just a new format.
Yes, absolutely. That is 100% correct. I'm sorry, John, I didn't see you. I was referencing that these guidelines are new in their entirety. So they're brand new guidelines. We're revamping the EMP program within real estate. We do currently have one manager, one existing relationship that is classified as an emerging manager, but with the new guidelines, they would no longer fit the definition. So they would be considered part of our standard portfolio once these are implemented, subject to board approval, of course. Okay, and the next slide, please. This one covers co-investments and secondaries. These guidelines, similar to the prior slide, these are new guidelines to real estate, but they're consistent with those that have been recently approved for other asset classes within LACERA. So generally, co-investments and secondaries have not been a focus for the real estate portfolio. However, we need the structure in place to enable us to act when the right opportunities arise. And so these are our proposed guidelines. Again, these are consistent with our private equity guidelines for the same topic, and then also the real assets team. The next and final slide is a summary of our recommendation today, which is we propose approval of these revised investment guidelines for real estate, and we're happy to stand for questions or comments.
All right, do I have any questions from my colleagues here?
Move approval.
Yeah, Trustee
Well,
Gatto?
I had one question.
Certainly, Trustee Gatto and then Trustee Fay.
Thank you for the presentation. So my question focuses on the non-core office subclass. And I'll preface this by echoing what John said earlier, which I think was very well considered, which is, no one has a crystal ball. It's very hard to know where things are headed, but and I like that humble approach to things. I also can't take credit for this question. This was actually raised at a conference that some of us recently attended by a former CIO of one of the 2 California major pensions. His viewpoint was that the non-core office subclass was so distressed right now that pension funds, because of our long time horizon, should be shifting quite a bit into that asset subclass. His thought was that the people who are saying, that the category has changed post-pandemic, that might be true, but that's sort of the equivalent of saying it's different this time, right? That there's always been a rebound when things have gotten to this distress level. I believe it's 40% in the last year, probably headed towards 50%. That we should strategically, that all pensions should strategically allocate more into this, subclass. Thoughts?
Maybe I'll start off the response here. I would say, at least on the US side, we have been in a very difficult environment for office. I think the ending is still unknown because of the actual usage of office is changing and is still unknown kind of where we're going to end up with return to office and people working remotely. I think we're seeing this shift right now. It's causing tremendous dislocations in the market that we're seeing in both, the equity values as well as distressed debt that supports, what had been, a pillar of the commercial banking lending market in where they were lending to office buildings. We're seeing tremendous write-downs in this space. I think it's still probably early. We do have exposure to office in the US. We're seeing, continued write-downs every quarter. Where we've tried to sell office space, we're recognizing it's been a very distressed environment. That's not to say we can't sell anything. We have actually sold a number of our buildings where they've been fully leased, but generally at discounts to what we had been holding them at prior. So I think that's the case in the US. When you look at our non-core office exposure that we have on there, we think that the story is quite different outside the US, in Europe and in Asia, where return to working remotely was more of a temporary phenomenon in the early part of COVID. These markets have generally, people have returned to the office in full, maybe less so in the UK, but in Europe and Asia, and we're seeing, decent conditions for office space, relative to other sectors in real estate in other non-US markets. So I think we're trying to reflect the opportunity set, but I think we probably feel, it's generally a little early to just, start overweighting US office. We're still seeing declines every year, every quarter.
So I asked him that same thing. I made that same point, and he said, well, he goes, but just playing devil's advocate, these investments take so long to make that by the time that, a pension fund moved, the slow destroyer that we are, things would probably continue have, gone down the distress road. He also made the long-term outlook prediction, which I think is accurate coming from my background, that legislatures in the United States will be trying to do everything possible to make for the easy conversion of some of these assets into housing in the long term. And so, if you have a completely unused or underutilized asset now, 10 years from now, that might be something that the legislatures have rezoned and, made tweaks to things like CEQA in California to very, very easily convert that into a very, well-tenanted residential dwelling. So I don't know. It was really a fascinating perspective. For what it's worth, he convinced me. I started very skeptical. And again, this was a CIO of a major California pension at some point. He convinced me, and I think he made a very good case that those who are saying that even in North America and the UK, we're never going to go back to the pre-pandemic normal. That's sort of the equivalent of saying, well, it's different this time. And his point was just simply that any time you've seen such distressed assets where people are literally just handing the keys over to the bank, that there has been a recovery. And so I, for one, would be, in favor of upping that allocation. I think I saw 45% discretion. I'd be in favor up, and it's 55 or 65, but
So maybe just the other comment is, the way that we implement opportunistic is through funds. So, we are looking at funds that can take advantage of these opportunities. We expect to be deploying capital, and they'll be looking at office opportunities as, in the spectrum of other opportunistic investments. So it's not to say we would never do them. It's just, I think we would do them in the context of the broader, opportunistic real estate opportunity set. And so we will be making allocations in that space in this year.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Fay.
So can you walk through for the core real estate, why open-ended funds versus closed-ended funds for core? I think I know why, but it might be helpful for everybody here.
This is really something we focus on in the structure review, the kind of the hows and whys of why we're structured the way we are. And we went through a big process about 2 years ago at the last structure review to kind of go through this process. But essentially we think we'll get better diversification. Instead of, maybe having 100 assets, which we've had in our direct program, we'll have exposure to, probably 1,000 different underlying assets. And then at the same time, we think that, having managers who can turn over portfolios probably more effectively than we have been able to achieve in our direct program was, one of the considerations. Operationally, we were spending a lot of time supporting this, and, kind of just allocating directly to a fund where all those operations reside in the fund, we think is a better use of our time to kind of view the portfolio more strategically. I think those are the kind of the key reasons.
Very helpful, thank you.
All right, and then looks like,
I'm sorry.
okay, sorry, Trustee Rue and then Trustee Santos. Oh, was he first? Okay.
Thank you. Mr. McKnight, would you please respond to Ms. Delgado's questions earlier regarding the distress of his and the comments that CIO made, another CIO made regarding this particular strategy?
Yes, first of all, just as a general portfolio construction matter, you would want a well-diversified portfolio to manage your risk and stay within your tracking error goals so that you're making sure that you are getting paid for the risk you're taking. Office is in a significant transition that is driven by technology change, which is a little different than It's different this time. That's what enables Teams and Zoom, which just did not exist before. The outlook, as Mr. Rice pointed out, for demand is very unclear. Tenants don't know what they want. They're in a giant experiment with hybrid work. And likely the lease term will also evolve because somebody needs to pay for the expensive improvements that they want at the same time as they want short-term leases. So there's this huge upheaval. It is not possible to underwrite with a DCF analysis when you have that little visibility on demand. So institutional investors are being very cautious. Secondly, there really is no substantial exit market, and it's hard for institutional investors to commit to something when they can't see their way out. That's sort of just a basic principle that we look for. So we are not investing in office in new investments. The market's evolving every day. In that non-core segment where you have the focus on the buy, fix, and sell and the dislocation, some of it may appear as prices are frankly approaching zero. These strategies that you talk about, conversion to multifamily, mathematically they work if the building is free. So you don't want to be owning that building right now because you're going to take a loss on it, probably. And an architectural study recently revealed that about 9 to 15% of all existing buildings in major cities are just physically appropriate for that transition. So we publish a house views twice a year. Be happy to share that with you. These comments are in there. The new one comes out in April, and be happy to follow up offline. There is office in your portfolio. There is potential for more office, and we don't think it's right for a contrarian play at this point in time.
Any information, through the chair, any information should be to the entire board and obviously the staff.
Yeah, no, and I think and it's exactly the right question, and why I kind of set up the preamble that a lot of these kind of conversations have already taken place in the review, and I think and then Ms. McKnight is outstanding, and I think at our last offsite she was one of our main speakers talking about the office market and what was going on from a current market condition. So and I think just from a staff perspective, I think part of the good use of our education dollars when we do have these opportunities to go out to these events and we see things out there, and I'm always like, oh, I wonder if we do this, or how much of it, or how little of it. So part of the questions generated in the same way come from some of the exposure from those. So we really appreciate that. So, okay. All right, Trustee Root.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the explanation, and thank you, Mr. Santos, too, for always pointing hitting the nail on the head. But however, this is probably more of a question for the retreat. But since it's been brought up, because what Trustee Gatto brings up is something that I always try to tackle myself, and I always keep on telling myself, we're a pension fund, we're not a PE, we're not a hedge fund, and my own mutual fund advisor tells me, David, we can't time the market. This is a mutual fund here. We're not trying to time the market. But Trustee Gatto brings up an interesting point, because what is a proper reaction or a proper response, especially if we know, I mean, of course, we don't have a crystal ball, we don't know, but if we have a lot of great information to say that some sector, in this case, we're talking about a real estate, but if it's some other sector, whatever it is, gold or something else, if we know a certain sector is going to crash or a certain sector is going to explode, positively, what is an appropriate reaction? Like, if we know, if something is going to just like skyrocket, right? And we want to take, how do we take, what is a proper, reaction?
Oh, absolutely. That's John. That's your cue.
It sounds like a great discussion for an offsite. I think as a general rule of thumb, we don't time markets. Fear agreed. We don't time markets because no one knows what's going to happen. Even if we think that something is going to happen, it might very well not. So I think that's the general answer. I think that's consistent with our investment beliefs. But we also have different allocations for things that are more core. These guidelines talk about allocations for more opportunistic And so we do have opportunistic allocations. We can, pending approval of this, make co-investments. We can make secondary purchases to the extent we think that an opportunity is compelling. But if something is too good to be true, it clearly is too good to be true. And I think that I think it's always important to be both opportunistic, to evaluate things, but also go through a diligent underwriting process. And the person that's telling you that this is the best opportunity, look at their motivations. I think that that's just part of what we do in our diligence. So I think that we can be opportunistic. We show more conviction, especially through things like co-investments in areas such that are very growthy, like venture capital, opportunistic real estate. But I think knowing that we're cash flow negative, knowing that the portfolio and our liability grows every day, never sleeps, I'm very cautious about the consequence of losing money and giving up on diversification.
Amen. Yeah, Trustee Me.
Thank you, Chair. I want to add a comment here. I love this discussion, really engaged. We went to the same conference, I believe. I hear something similar. I hear from some really savvy, manager out there thinking that this trust market is time to buy in value. And I hear success stories of how they sold a property in San Francisco in $300 million in 2018, now buy back the same property in half the price. So I think it's important to hear, and hear different point of view, different perspective. Of course, also evaluate the person saying where they're coming from. They may have their constraint in their perspective as well, but there might be the merit in their point as well. So I think as the investment team, it's important we continue to do what we do the diligence, open our ears and eyes to look and watch and see how others do it, not just in one perspective, right? So I think I respect the team. I believe you guys are doing great and continue doing the work they need to do to come to the best decision. So just thought I want to comment that. Thank you.
Okay. And then we did have a motion already by Trustee Santos. Do I have a second? Thank you. Trustee Root?
Mr. Knox?
Aye.
Miss Me?
Aye.
Mr. Santos?
Aye.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Root?
Yes.
Miss Martin?
Aye.
Mr. Gatto?
Abstain.
Abstain.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Fay?
Aye.
And Chair Jones?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes with one abstention.
Yep. All right, so then I think this is the part in the program that we go to our lunch sponsor in there for about 25 minutes, and we'll come back at
Recording stopped.
Oh, sorry. It's
5,
fine.
10,
5 minutes.
15, 20, 25. You want to say 10:20?
Yeah.
Okay, 10:20
You mean 11:20.
or 11:20. I'm sorry. Is that So let's bring the meeting back into order here. I know we still got a little bit of some meaty things to
Recording
knock
in
out.
progress.
Give a beat to, I don't
They
particularly
can
want
hear
to.
us.
Oh, they can hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay. So, Scott, you're going to give us a little bit of a background, strategic approach to ESG. I know we moved this from the meeting in February to this one, so looking forward to it. Thank you.
Great. And thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, trustees. So as a quick background, we did receive some questions earlier this year from some of the newer trustees asking when the fund receives public comments regarding various environmental, social, corporate governance issues in the investment portfolio, what is our process? What do we do? And perhaps more broadly, what is the fund's approach to ESG just to begin with? So we've put together a brief presentation here to hopefully level set for newer trustees as well as those who are with longer tenure, who've been part of developing and driving our advancements in ESG, to hopefully level set the discussion. This presentation aims to cover two parts. One, what are the policies LACERA has in place to guide consideration of financially relevant ESG factors, and how do we proactively seek to apply those factors throughout the entire investment process? And second, the protocols in place to operationalize the board's policies to guide evaluation and consideration when we have incoming requests for consideration or comments or action. As a caveat, I'll note that the presentation is intended to be high level. The Board of Investments has a dedicated corporate governance committee that does a deep dive and exercises oversight on a range of some of the aspects that we'll cover, including in a recent meeting last fall. So I'm going to try to aim to not be overly redundant or repetitive, but hopefully it'll be a useful exercise for the whole board. So let's jump in. With that said, on slide 4, our approach to ESG is rooted, founded in, guided by the fund's mission. Everything LACERA does is really guided and driven by that mission to produce, protect, and provide the promised benefits to our members. We recognize, and the board has recognized in policies, that by promoting sound corporate governance practices, we can avoid the risk of corporate governance failures like Enron and accounting malfeasance back in the day, or more recently Silicon Valley Bank, where there's poor risk management, risk oversight. We also recognize that ESG, good governance, can help promote the creation of economic value. So for example, by encouraging energy efficient practices within the real estate portfolio, we can lower operating costs, perhaps attract tenants. There's also empirical evidence that connects good governance to lower cost of capital for companies. So with that recognition, the board has incorporated into the investment policy statement that guides all aspects of our investment program an investment belief and investment strategy that LACERA recognizes ESG factors can impact economic and financial performance, and therefore are considered throughout our investment decisions. That IPS also recognizes that ESG is not a singular monolithic factor, which ESG factors are material depend on the industry, might depend on the geographic exposure or the investment time horizon. So in the banking sector, cybersecurity, consumer data privacy are important. In airplane manufacturing, investors and consumers alike might be concerned about airplane safety, for a recent example. It also recognizes in the IPS that we assess all of our external managers on their capacity and skill to identify and mitigate ESG risks. So with that high-level policy in place in the investment policy statement, the corporate governance and stewardship principles breaks that down into 5 common areas of ESG that come up. Those are highlighted in the icons on slide 5. It starts with promoting good board quality at portfolio companies, including encouraging board independence so that boards are exercising objective oversight of management in the interests of investors. We look for investor rights like avoiding weighted voting rights, we want 1 share to equal 1 vote. Audit and performance reporting, obviously want reliable, comparable, and timely financial reports. And it includes explicit breakdowns on a variety of E&S issues where we want boards to be attentive, portfolio companies to be attentive to human capital and labor practices, good stewardship of natural resources, to mitigate risks that can come up, as well as create and sustain value on our behalf as investors. Those principles are developed by the Corporate Governance Committee and staff, recommended to the full board for its approval. And then they assign staff that, once adopted, staff represents the principles in our discussions with portfolio companies, with asset managers, and with other interested parties that might raise some questions. Let's move on to slide 6, where with those policies in place, we seek to proactively put principles into practice across the entirety of the portfolio. So whereas some funds might consider ESG as a separate corner or sleeve, we are looking for the practical ways to integrate the ESG considerations throughout all of our operations. That generally falls into 5 or 6 areas, including voting our proxies to encourage companies, public companies in the portfolio to adopt good practices. It includes pursuing some specific thematic engagements where there is a materiality question. So currently we've got defined initiatives encouraging good board recruitment, refreshment, and diversity, laggards in the portfolio. We also are engaging companies on energy transition risks or investor voting rights. These types of engagements are often done in conjunction with peers, so we can amplify our voice on common concerns and advance good practice across the market. Policy advocacy, we've commented on SEC or Securities and Exchange Commission proposed rules, including recent rules on fee transparency and private funds, as well as to standardize some disclosures on energy transition and climate risks, as was recently announced by the SEC last week. Investment due diligence will do a deeper dive. Fund analytics, we are getting more data. So in conjunction with Makita, we've developed some modeling for the board's strategic asset allocation consideration to, in line with the recent discussion in the last board topic, try to see future opportunities on something like energy transition and tilt the fund accordingly. So there'll be more on that.
Scott, real quick, just as another touch point, the same conference that Trustee Gatto had referenced a little bit earlier, Trustee Me and I were also, this was a meaningful part of the content in the pre-conference reading, was talking about 2 particular areas that you can highlight it here from a necessary best practices perspective, which is the independence of the board. And so having a role on, preventing overboarding by certain members, or having members that were too closely aligned with management, or by virtue of being on a constellation of similar boards, but just a really heavy emphasis on independence, and the other one on compensation. So big heavy emphasis on compensation. So the governance thing here, just from connecting it back to some of the exposure we have with some of the other trustees and people there, that was a very central part of the overall content theme. So appreciate that.
Great. Yeah, thank you. I think there's been a lot of comment on the ESG acronym. Often it's kind of the governance of governance comes first, governance of e-risks, governance of social risks as well. So thank you. I think we highlight on slide 7 that LACERA's policy and strategies are not only guided by a fiduciary duty, but the fund has adopted language that our focus on ESG risks is compelled by fiduciary duties. So in other words, to the extent that corporate governance failures or good practices can impact value, the fund's policy is unequivocal and unabashed in saying this is fundamentally part of our investment process. Slide 8 highlights for the board's consideration a longer timeline horizon here that we've made some notable strides in how LACERA scores on our assessment of integrating ESG considerations with our involvement with the United Nations Principles for Responsible Investment. By way of background, the Principles for Responsible Investment, or PRI, were established in 2006 and articulated in that upper left side. That signatories to that PRI are saying that they do consider ESG to be material financial risks. They will consider ESG risks in their investment process. They'll advocate for good practices in the market. And across the bottom, you'll see a timeline that shows initially when LACERA joined, we were scoring maybe low quartile. C is not necessarily the grades that you want to bring home. But by pursuing a methodical approach over the years, we started hitting those A pluses. PRI revised the methodology, so it's now numerical. But you'll see in the upper right corner a quick snapshot that demonstrates that across each asset class, LACERA is performing relatively well, both on the available score as well as relative to peers. So without getting into necessarily the details, just explain the chart that those blue bars show the score for each asset class. The dark blue line shows the peer median of what the PRI defines as the peers, which, as noted, is about 22 U.S. asset owners with over 50 billion in assets. So, we always want to strive for better, and we're not necessarily just chasing points for the sake of points, but the PRI scale can be an indication that we've improved over time and that we're doing fairly well compared to peers. I will do a deeper dive just to highlight on slide 9 that part of why LACERA has done well is that we do consider and evaluate all of our external managers on their capacity and skill to identify and manage ESG risks that are relevant to their specific mandate. So as shown on the left side, that starts with, before we even put any money into the mandate, part of our evaluation and due diligence of prospective managers includes understanding their process, their resources, and to what extent they're transparent or will report on how they're managing ESG factors. It includes collaboration with our legal office, which incorporates side letters prompting managers to provide information on their ESG process. It includes our ongoing monitoring. We do get reporting that's evolving across different asset classes, but often includes a right to sit on the Limited Partner Advisory Council, or LPAC, in private asset classes and be able to monitor a range of performance questions, including ESG attentiveness. That assessment is put on a 5-point scale, which is displayed on that bottom right side, which shows to what extent every manager is considering ESG risks in a systematic way, with those scores being reported as part of the quarterly performance books. So we're being transparent, both with the board as well as publicly, and evolving in real time as practices evolve in the space. So this leads us to the second part of the discussion. With a proactive approach and policies in place to consider ESG, that does help us understand managers' approaches when we get incoming questions or requests related to ESG factors within the portfolio. So we'll highlight here on slide 11 that those requests really take a variety of forms. The trustees might be most familiar with public comments, but just on a day-to-day basis, we might get emails or phone calls from a variety of outside parties asking a question or perhaps requesting a specific action. We put together a framework in 2000 to operationalize the board's policy by which we can evaluate and assess any incoming requests and hopefully act in a consistent, cohesive, and credible fashion throughout the fund. That process here tries to accomplish a bunch of objectives. 10 listed here on slide 12. This is admittedly a long list, but it is intended to highlight that when we are assessing incoming requests, we're trying to balance a range of the board's policies and a variety of considerations. So to highlight them quickly, that includes being responsive. As a public agency, we want to be responsive to when we do get requests. We want our response to have a alignment with our fiduciary interests, including, as highlighted last month's fiduciary training and presentation, the importance of having a prudent process to evaluate questions as they arise. Might not be defining or prescribing a specific outcome, but having a process. We want to be clear for trustees and staff alike as new folks come on board, both with staff as well as trustees, of what is the process. We want to hopefully operate in a way that's adherent to the variety of policies that the board has adopted, as well as in compliance with the individual investment agreements that LACERA has committed to with our investment partners, all in an effort to be credible and make sure that we're acting with informed by the facts and specific context of whatever the question might be. We do recognize that we have finite resources, and the board has ratified a strategic plan to try to drive certain priorities. So with finite resources, we also want to be mindful that we've got a process that helps us focus on driving core priorities while being responsive. And then fundamentally, of course, we want to be effective, when and where we take action, as well as just to be effective in the overall investment program to deliver on that promise to produce and protect returns for our members. So with that said, the process itself is quite simple. It's like 3 parts, basically, laid out in slide 13, in an effort to hit those objectives of cohesion, consistency, and compliance, credibility. Whenever we receive incoming requests, we route those to our CIO. So if it's a new staff person, if it's any trustee, you're welcome to please direct inquiries to the CIO. The CIO then coordinates with the relevant asset classes and when and where necessary with the legal office. We then jump into an assessment, and that includes a variety of factors in line with those objectives. One, we try to clarify the facts and circumstances. What is our exposure? We'll look for all of the policies that the board has adopted to ensure, if there is a policy statement on human capital, that we're taking that into consideration, how we're assessing possible action. We do have contractual parameters, confidentiality parameters, and other fiduciary considerations that we want to be mindful of. We often dialogue with whoever's raising the question. It's an opportunity to clarify facts, maybe gain a sense of context on the concern that's being raised, and we'll also talk with the asset manager to clarify facts on their side. We will take a look at consistency by ensuring that we have a protocol. Hopefully we're treating all incoming questions equally in the same way. But then also, if we have a certain exposure, do we have a larger exposure where we might have a similar question, and how do we want to act in a consistent manner across the portfolio? When and where we do take action, typically it's encouraging all parties to resolve the matter in a way that's consistent with the board's adopted policy or principles. We'll let stakeholders know if we take action so that we're being transparent while, of course, respecting any confidentiality parameters. We'll monitor developments, and really depending on the specifics of every case, we take developments, including the manager or the company's responsiveness, into account when we assess strategic decisions like, will we invest again with this manager, or do we want to allocate more capital or less capital? Of course, all towards kind of striving towards a prudent course of action. Okay, so we follow this.
Yes, Trustee Santos, absolutely.
I just want to make a point of that. We evaluate. Can we go back to the previous slide, please? Many of us on this board are product of politics. I'm an elected official. Nicole is an elected official, and many of us are appointed by political individuals like the Board of Supervisors. So one of the problems that we faced years ago is that, for example, myself, being a labor representative, will get a lot of inquiries from people in the industry or the labor unions, issues that other unions were having, and we've found ourselves in a very difficult situation. And we decided that this is the best way to deal with those inquiries. And quite frankly, it has minimized my political risk over the years, because it is important that when there's an inquiry coming in, that the staff has an opportunity through the CIO to evaluate the request, to do the analysis as enumerated by this policy, and then take whatever appropriate action is necessary. For us, I found this policy that allowed me to hold the CIO accountable for any deviation of this policy. So it's important, rather than me reacting to somebody's request, it was a lot better for them to go to the staff, work to the staff, because that way I can hold them accountable. Our duty here on the board is to hold the CIO, the CEO, and everybody accountable, and this is the only way that we were able to do it. It's important. An easy example I give you, right? There was at one point there was a lot of pressure that we needed to invest in LA County. Well, that's wonderful. Gloria Molina was at the time one of the supervisors, and she had been lobbying us because she wanted to rebuild the general hospital. Another supervisor wanted something else in a different district. It created a political landmine for all of us. That it's better to allow them to go directly to the staff, and then again we can hold the staff accountable. This is a very important policy, and it's important that we adhere to that.
Yeah, Trustee Brew.
Thank you for that, Trustee Santos, and I really appreciate Trustee Santos and a previous trustee, David Green, for being here and giving us that historical analysis as well. And Scott, I really want to thank you and your team, because we've had multiple discussions on a variety of issues, not just revolving around ESG, but various requests. And, from my background, I have the urge to want to be an active participant or try to be more an advocate, but I keep on, as I've been on the board for a year now, and again thanks to Trustee Santos and Trustee Green setting the stage, I have a different role, and as a pension, and I'm trying to while I do want to be more active, I respect all the efforts that have gone in for the past decade into getting us to this point. And I am going to be but at the same time, I am going to be very hands-on and keep eye on the protocols and if they're being met, and see how we could really push the envelope to be a leader in this field in ESG and everything else. But at the same time, I respect how we got here. I respect the protocols in place. I am learning that through trial and error that these protocols do work. They work, and there is a purpose and a reason for it. But at the same time, I do want to push the envelope, but we will eventually get there. But I really appreciate you and your team and yourself, Mr. Grable, for having all of this in place. And it's challenging. And again, I always have to remind myself of our mission statement as a pension, mission statement as a trustee, our fiscal responsibility to our pensioners, to the retirees, and what our role is. But this is, again, a better topic of discussion for our retreat, what I'm really much looking forward to, where we could go more in depth. But I really appreciate you guys highlighting this, and I want to acknowledge all the work that your team has done.
Yeah, I'm gonna add one thing, and I think that, having been here 4 years and having heard a number of these interludes and then interacting, I think one of the things that we're also, where we sit today is the continuation of something else. And so there was a period of time where there was more active board investment and the results were suboptimal, right? And so you want to evolve away by virtue of size and sophistication and protocol to allow the professionals that we have oversight and governance from to do their job and then hold them accountable to doing so. And so, I think one of the hardest things is as a relatively new person is to come in and maybe not understand that there's typically some evolution for why things are being done, still ask the questions and stuff. But yeah, that was the same thing as well, right? You got to maintain a certain distance from there in that area. But John, I'll let you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, we talk about allocator to best-in-class investor, and this relates to the point from Mr. Rue is, I'm not one for hyperbole, but I believe, I know that under Scott's leadership, this is an area where, in fact, we are best in class, best in breed, period, full stop.
Go ahead, yeah, Trustee. Okay.
Thank you for this. Thank you for the presentation. In regards to point A for coordination and routing, is there a reason why we don't have some type of form or some type of intake ability for us to be able to send someone who has a request or something of interest? We can send them directly to a place that may have some of this information where they can understand, here's the process, here's how you can apply, or not apply, here's how you can submit your interest, and then we can make sure that those things are followed up with, and it's much easier and go directly to you, John.
Sure. So, thank you for the question, Trustee Fay. I think we do have forms for the public comment intake. There's some access email points on the website. And of course, just the opportunity to dialogue immediately is sometimes useful as well. But we can always take into consideration additional ways to refine going forward. Yeah. Great.
Yeah, Trustee, me, excuse me.
And then I think it's important for all of us to remember, we sit in here, you might have other title, other role out there, but when we sit here, we have only one role. We are the trustee for all the members, and we have the fiduciary duties to nobody else but our member. So we do things that is responsible to them and meeting our loyalty and financial materials related, I like that wording there, ESG. So we have that financial fiduciary duty to our members. So I want to comment on that. So it's important for all of us to remember that.
Okay, any further questions for Scott at all regarding this? Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there more?
Oh,
I'm sorry. Didn't mean to.
It's at the pleasure of the board.
It's the extended version. I'm sorry, my bad. Yeah.
Right. So just one more comment. I think with regards to the directing all inquiries to the CIO is important because he has the ability to redirect that inquiry to the proper staff that we may not know, for example. Because we had that discussion in those days, should we go directly to the staff responsible for the Corporate Governance Committee? Should we go directly to a Principal Investment Officer? I could be wrong, especially now since we operate on the functional asset classes. It's best to go directly to the CIO. He has the responsibility to delegate that inquiry to the most appropriate person. And then for the board, we hold Mr. Grable accountable. And that's how it should be. Other than that, we have a mess because at the end of the day, and we had that. Well, this trustee wanted to do this and another trustee wanted to do that and created a conflict. Let's go to the right individual and we hold his feet to the fire.
And I'll say I was more responding to the thought of a form going directly to John. So like at that point, when we say you have an interest in ESG, great. Here's the website that you go to, the form, you can input what you care about. And then it also can break down some of the things that are in this slide so people can have an understanding as why they're going to get a certain response and from whom.
I think that's, if I may.
No,
Mr.
absolutely.
Chair, I think it's a good point, Mr. Grable, because I know we also get a lot of inquiries or solicitation, if I can say that, of different managers. We raised a fund here, private equity, for example. My fund is the best, right? What do I do with that information as a trustee? Do I go directly to Mr. Wagner or do I go directly to the CIO? It's best, in my view, it's best to go to the CIO. Here's what this particular money manager is saying. Here's the information. Please respond. That's how I do it. Please respond to them. And out of the picture, whatever the staff decide, which has got to be in the best interest of LACERA, and then we take it from there. So we establish a particular website for those inquiries to be directed to, which was, I think was new investments. Go ahead.
New opportunities at LACERA.com. Anyone interested in having a strategy looked at, please send opportunities there. I think it's a constructive comment. We're resource constrained in our governance team, but it's something that we will look into. I can't guarantee when it will be effective, but I think as we build out the team, I think this only improves the process.
Go ahead, Scott. I'm sorry. I think I was trying to artificially cut you off.
It's at the board's pleasure, but we do just highlight on slide 14 that while we apply the same protocol throughout every asset class, there are some particularities in private asset classes that we want to be attentive to. So I'm happy to speak to this or to wrap it up there.
No, keep going. Keep going. You're fine.
Okay. I'll recognize that this is a dense slide. And perhaps tempting to gloss over like a legal disclaimer of some sort, but we find it to be helpful. So first is just to highlight that when LACERA is investing in private funds, LACERA grants discretionary authority to the manager to manage the portfolio and any companies they acquire in exchange for LACERA being granted limited liability. So that means any legal action that's pursued against the fund manager or their portfolio companies, LACERA has limited liability as an investor gains protection against legal action against LACERA financial assets. So we, in exchange for that limited liability, we do expressly agree to not intervene on underlying portfolio companies' operational matters. Because we've agreed to not intervene, we proactively secure information and contractual and investor rights like serving on an LPAC or receiving reporting by which we can monitor our investment in members' interests. But that is a fundamental part of private funds. Second, as a private fund investor, we do enter into expressly binding confidentiality agreements that we can't disclose specific aspects of the underlying companies. We enter into these non-disclosure agreements simply to conduct upfront due diligence in private markets, and to the extent that we might violate those terms, can undermine not just some credibility in the marketplace, but create some legal risks. So all of this really underscores why we try to be proactive and conduct important upfront due diligence so that we're positioned to implement not only our framework on ESG, but as well as the protocol that's referenced. Fundamentally, we want to be playing the long game here and emphasize strategy over tactics to hopefully best position the fund to fulfill our investment objectives. So I'll end with this slide, which I think reinforces the discussion as we've already had. So
Thank you. I appreciate that. Do we have any additional questions at all for Scott? Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And I agree. The more I've been out to conferences and I see people talking about ESG, just like I feel like our TIDE program, I kind of feel like we're a little bit in the cat's meow category. So, okay. Strategic asset allocation review and risk analysis. Welcome, Tim and Jude.
All right.
What was the time allocation manager?
I think I set the clock 5 minutes fast, so I think it is still good morning, Chair Jones and trustees. So today's presentation is a critical one in our strategic asset allocation study. At last month's meeting, the board approved the capital market expectations to serve as the inputs for our asset allocation model. So therefore, today we will examine various allocation options presenting distinct risk and return profiles. Additionally, we'll compare these options to our current policy allocation. So our objective today is to evaluate the different portfolios and identify ones that align with our mission and LACERA strategic goals. So following this exercise, next month we'll present options within the same, what I'll call neighborhood,
of these portfolios discussed today, and possibly have a recommendation either next month or the month after that. But with that context, I'll hand over the presentation to Tim Philo with Makita.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair Jones, trustees. I'll go good morning still as well. If we could go to slide 4. Just in the interest of time, I'm going to try and get to the meat and potatoes, but always want to highlight when we do these matters that LACERA's investment beliefs anchor all things that the activities that this board conducts. And the first one is that long-term strategic asset allocation will be the primary determinant of LACERA's risk and return outcomes. So this is a critically important decision that you all will be asked to make in the coming months. I also just want to highlight, as we've heard a little bit, strategic asset allocation is equal parts art and science. There are lots of things to consider. We are in a dynamic investing environment. Global macro circumstances change. The strategic asset allocation is meant to be durable enough to absorb some of those factors, but also provide the flexibility to staff and LACERA overall to take advantage of opportunities when they do come from either distress or perhaps emerging circumstances like the energy transition. So all of that should be captured, but there is no one right answer here. As a consultant to you all, we can't tell you what risks you should or should not take. We can certainly point you to the various different models so that you can assess those and compare various trade-offs. But ultimately, this is the biggest decision that you all are faced with as trustees.
But at some point, Mr. Chair, I would like to hear from the CIO view regarding A or B, and what would be your recommendation?
Yeah, perfect. I mean, we could go straight there, but maybe if I could just go through the next couple slides kind of quickly.
Yeah, for the benefit of the new members especially, just kind of give the.
Yeah, if we could go to the
preamble.
next slide. Am I able to do this? Is that me? There we go. So I think we all know asset allocation, that, this is the important thing. I do want to highlight that, mixing these different asset classes is the primary influence on the return behavior that the fund experiences. Here, I just want to highlight the environment has changed. We've been in, and we pointed this out during the capital markets expectations and also in some of the sessions last year, but it is worth noting we've been in a secular decline in returns that's largely been driven by the interest rate environment, essentially going from relatively high, as far back as the 80s and declining steadily through 2020. Now we're in a different environment where the Federal Reserve has been fighting inflation. Interest rates are higher, as Mr. Grable pointed out. The 10-year Treasury is now roughly at 4.2%. That's really changed the landscape. So there are some different considerations this time around. You can see that on the next slide here as well. The blue line is where we were the last time we looked at this in 2021. The green line is the efficient frontier now. So definitely some opportunities to secure the same type of returns that'll satisfy LACERA's obligations to its beneficiaries, but perhaps at marginally lower levels of risk. So here we can get into the A's and the B's. But overall, what we tried to do for this is to outline some neighborhoods that you could potentially consider. So we start with the current policy. There's a same return A and a same return B. And if you did your homework, you'll notice that these two portfolios look really similar to each other in a lot of ways. This was basically an exercise that we did with LACERA staff, a clean slate of, what would I do to try to achieve the same type of return profile you have now? And what might John and team do? So A and B are the representations of what we would do to just be in the same return. So normally those are too close to kind of keep in this presentation, but I thought it was just interesting to include it since one was really the work of staff and one was our work, and we arrived at reasonably close neighborhoods to ourselves. The next ones are if we're just going to de-risk marginally at 7.75% return, going all the way down to the actuarial assumed rate of return of 7. What I would caution, and maybe we saw a little bit in the previous slide, is the environment can change. We saw a dramatic rise in rates over the last couple of years. The Federal Reserve has now paused those interest rates hikes, and the market is largely anticipating some cuts in interest rates this year. Tremendous amount of debate about the timing and magnitude of those cuts, but likely over the course of this asset allocation, interest rates may move down to a different level. So I want to be very cognizant of the fact that, yes, when we look at some of these, it may say, according to the projections, the fund's expected return 8%. There's a measure of imprecision around that, and the environment can change over the 3-year period. So particularly when you're allocating to fixed income, you have something that's called reinvestment risk. So if you can invest and earn a return of 4.5 now, if interest rates move down, when you're reinvesting those dollars 2 years into the future, you might have lower expected returns. So keeping all of that in mind, I don't know, maybe John wants to already talk a little bit about A and B, but some of the whys, and we can just get right to meat and potatoes.
I mean, did you feel like there's any additional, again, I just want to be mindful that we've got folks new to the process.
I think
If you
a
want to take
couple
a
of
beat,
thoughts, just for whatever it's worth. There's some aspects of what Tim was saying, that it's art and science. We can't predict what's going to happen. And so that's one extreme. The other is we have a portfolio, a significant amount of which is already invested in some assets that can't be sold at or are liquid and are harder to change. So I think that recognizing that we do this exercise every 3 years, I think that what served us well is to evolve the portfolio, shift it as opposed to radical shifts, because we may articulate a portfolio that we won't be able to get to that new portfolio within 3 years. So I think that when you look at same return A, for example, I think that it's an implementable portfolio. It's something that we can do. It's something that we have the resources in place as it relates to the team. It's not radically selling anything at a substantial discount. The one caution I have on all these portfolios is if you go under the risk reduction functional asset category, the first line investment grade bonds, currently at 7%, doubling of an asset category is a big deal. And once again, that's driven by the higher interest rate environment we're in now. Anything, and the one caveat to that doubling is long-term government bonds go down from 5 to 2%. So the doubling really is a net, 4 as opposed to 7. I would caution the board not to increase investment grade fixed income more than same return A, just because I think that we are concentrating risk, specifically interest rate risk, in the portfolio. I think that's a big move. Everything else is within the margins and was within our current bands, but that's a specific, distinct move that the board would have to contemplate.
Thank you.
And I think with that said, as you do move lower in any of these other categories, let's say 7.5 and below, you're really making very substantial moves into those types of assets. And we also try to take into account what's implementable from the liquidity perspective, but then also from the market timing perspective. You don't want to all of a sudden make a big bet. For those of you who were around the last time when we did this, there were some fairly substantial changes. Actually, with fixed income was one of the places where we moved assets out. That was largely driven by the low interest rate environment, the fear that in a rising rate environment, you might not have the defensive characteristics that those assets normally display. So you did make a big change, but we also had 3 different direct interim targets that we moved to so as not to make a market timing bet. So there are some solutions to making changes, but I agree overall, LACERA's strategic asset allocation has been incredibly successful over the past several years. So in these types of things, you often don't seek to fix what's not broken, but there may be some marginal opportunities to optimize around the same neighborhood. And that's, when given a blank slate, we both kind of came to the same place to just make those optimizations, I think is the important piece of that. Just going through a couple of things to highlight the trade-off. So we're looking at different types of risks. There's lots of different slides that review things, whether it's from modern portfolio theory or value at risk. We're trying to utilize scenarios, both historical and prospective ones that we've made up, to show you the trade-offs. None of these are meant to tell you exactly what to do or where you want to be, and none of them are meant to say, if interest rates do rise 100 basis points, these are exactly the things that are going to happen. In a lot of ways, there's imprecision around the scenarios. But in the risk budgeting analysis, you can see the blue bar is what you would allocate to the growth functional category. You can see from left to right that declines steadily. But one thing that I would notice, if you look at the bars that are on the right, when you look at it on a risk basis as opposed to a capital basis, you can't eliminate that growth and equity risk is going to be the biggest risk that LACERA is faced with. Like, even de-risking all the way down, it's still growth equity risk is the dominant risk that you're faced with when trying to earn your 7. And maybe I'll pause here, but this one shows you essentially the trade-offs that you're considering. So just looking at the worst case returns in a 1-year period, how much could LACERA lose? This is a critical factor. We can survey trustees and find out who's sensitive to risk on what levels. You may want to limit losses to -10, let's say. But that comes with a lot of other trade-offs to it. If you go down to the bottom and you look at trying to minimize your loss to -10, your probability of achieving your 7% essentially becomes a coin flip long-term. So that's when you're trying to mitigate risk to that level, you are introducing uncertainty on whether or not you're able to achieve that 7% return objective. So I think this slide does a really good, while it's dense with a lot of numbers, I think it does demonstrate the trade-offs that you're faced with. So maybe I'll see if anyone has any thoughts from what because ultimately we want to collect a little bit of feedback on it from you on which neighborhoods you think might be attractive, if not the current ones, and go from there.
I mean, I think my question would be that, given our cash flow position, given what we currently have that's illiquid, that's through there, when you look at a fund that's our size, right, which we've been doing, moving to delegated authority and everything else, is the posture that we have, I mean, are we bell curve? Are we reaching a little bit? Are we not reaching enough? I think that would be the main thing for me, just saying, for a firm that's going from 75 billion to 85 billion, that's 80% actuarially funded, that are kind of, where are we? Right, just, and then we can kind of make the decision then a little bit, hey, if we're not reaching enough, maybe there might be an appetite to then have a conversation about what does it take to maybe come more towards the middle and take on a little bit more risk. Or if we're already out front with our posture is, maybe we're saying, hey, we're kind of good. We're fortunate to be performing as well as we are now. Let's just continue to kind of on that map. Can you give us a sense a little bit? I know it's hard to.
Yeah. From my opinion, I think it's kind of more the latter. You're already performing really well where you are now. We just went through, some pretty dynamic investment environments, and your fund is at the top of its peer group rankings pretty consistently. So, thinking about going through a zero interest rate period of time for a while, and then a pandemic environment for a while, and then a high inflationary environment for a while, and still to have solid, consistent returns for this fund. Like in 2022, clearly the defensive characteristics that are in this portfolio, you experienced losses, but they were much less dramatic than peers. I think on the prudent diversification front, you're utilizing all available asset classes that we would recommend. I think there might be, again, some small margin for optimizing the level of risk currently, but I think you're really well set up. So
Thank you, Tim.
And that's what Plan A does. I mean, proposed A.
Yep. I don't want to get too hung up on B, but here, since that's going to be more for next meeting, getting that precise. But the A and B are just meant to, they're interesting because they're very, very similar from clean slate kind of approaches by both of us.
Any other questions?
So I guess the question is, what do you think about the critics to MPT? Is there any value to doing something based on a different model or a different variation of MPT?
Yeah, I mean, we just look at it as one tool. It obviously has a lot of flaws. I mean, it's only as good as the assumptions that go into it. We've clearly seen real life examples when you assume that correlations are static in some type of a matrix. When the market environment changes, those move, right? So the whole thing just fundamentally breaks down, in particular in times of distress. So that's why we rely pretty heavily on looking at the scenarios as well and understanding what those different dynamics are. These are easy to show the trade-offs, but we recognize that this isn't the real world or what's going to happen, and we don't really anchor our decision or our recommendations on just the MPT portion of it.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah, John.
Just one thing to add through the chair, Mr. Gatto, is that's one of the reasons why we moved, I think it was 2018, to a functional asset category framework where we grouped assets that have like characteristics together. And I think that made us less doctrinaire about modern portfolio theory, recognizing that all flavors of equity at the end of the day are growth assets, are going to perform based upon similar economic environments. And I think that is, and we rebalance based upon our functional framework. So I think that has helped us evolve the portfolio somewhat. Because I agree with the notion that nothing is going to be perfect.
Gotcha. That's good. Trustee Me.
Thank you, Chair. I'm curious about how sausage is being made. So is this analysis done by Makito and the staff separately in joint effort at the end, or to work it together, come to the same conclusion?
I would say it's a little bit of both. So we have an ongoing dialogue with staff that we started, last June when we started planning the informational and educational sessions that we are going to be doing over the course of last year. We interact with the other asset class consultants that work with the board. When we put out our capital markets expectations, we review all of those assumptions with them. We take into account the structure reviews and what LACERA is already planning for implementation. Where that matters is in particular in the illiquid asset categories. There are some things that when set in motion, you already can't change. So you have to make sure that you model those constraints in. So you're not seeing, the perfectly efficient MPT portfolios because we have a whole bunch of real world constraints in there, like how much liquidity risk you should have in the portfolio when you're cash flow neutral. That limits what you can do in certain categories. So we do take all of that into account. In this particular iteration that we see here, having gone through, 8 or 9 sessions already on strategic asset allocation, your staff has access to our analytical tools. And so we just took a crack at, hey, why don't you guys work on it for a couple of days and I'll work on it for a couple of days, and then we'll compare portfolios and go back over some notes. And we went through a couple of iterations on that, and John's sticking with A and I'm slightly leaning towards B, but they're not all that different at the end of the day. So but yeah, that's how it's made. So there's elements of independence, but there's an awful lot of collaboration, not just between us and staff, but the other consultants as well that are in the other asset categories. And then also with, the different asset class teams as well. We've had roundtable meetings with basically all of them to go over what they're thinking for future iterations. Some of it comes down to conversations about, well, what's strategic asset allocation and what's sort of more implementation and what's more appropriate to discuss in the structure reviews. So it's just a long ongoing dialogue, really.
Fantastic. I love it. Independence and collaboration both. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
Trustee
Chair.
Ruth.
So basically, A is less of a transition from our current policy than B to implement.
Yes, here, let me go back there.
Should look at page, what is this? 10, right?
Yeah. I would note just a couple of things. So the risk reduction and mitigation area is one area of slight difference. More increases to the investment grade bonds, less of a decrease in the long-term government bonds, marginal increase in hedge funds. I'd say the other difference really is a little less emphasis in B on inflation hedging assets. Most of those categories go down a little bit. So to make up for it's more or less just a slight de-emphasis on inflation hedging and a little bit more emphasis on risk mitigation in B, but marginal. I mean, when you have two portfolios that look this similar, the amount of false precision that like it's, and plus these asset weights are gonna fluctuate over time. We can't control the weights of the illiquid categories as those face returns that are highly variable versus public market equivalents. So all of this moves around and those two things are, very close to each other, I would say. I don't know if John has any other thoughts on.
Well, the biggest jump is in the real asset and inflation hedges, right? It's going to go from 17 to 15 or 17 to 11.
Yeah. And that gets allocated in B, that the most of that difference gets allocated to risk reduction and mitigation, I guess, is sort of where it migrates to.
So, Mr. Chair, this is a report. So, what are the next steps?
This is still part of an ongoing process that's going on, so we're not at a finished point.
Yeah, and so the next steps, I think, ultimately, if folks are feeling comfortable in the recommendations to remain in the same sort of neighborhood as the current policy as far as like a return target, we can come back with some other slices of same return A and B. But if there are other folks that feel, they're attracted to other areas of other neighborhoods, the 775 or somewhere else, would like to hear that. Just to how tightly we narrow the next one down for the recommendation is really the point of this meeting.
Trustee Fay,
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea of going from 7 to 14 or 7 to 15 is a lot. So I want to understand what's the worst case scenario that could happen with investment grade bonds in this portfolio, and then also what were the results from things with, I guess, less of an allocation to those and more spread out across the portfolio.
Yeah, so maybe the easiest way to go is to look at some of the scenarios. You'll see some material differences in the scenario analysis, I think. And actually, I'll just look at so if we look at the principal difference in risk is going to be if interest rates rise. So we can let's focus on the worst one, which is if interest rates rise from here 300 basis points, you can see the current portfolio, which has a relatively low allocation to investment grade bonds because the last time this was in a low interest rate environment, that portfolio only goes down 3.2. That moves to 3.8 under A, aka John's portfolio, or slightly worse, 4.1 under mine. And if you further de-risk and take on additional fixed income risk, you can see that you can get to material declines of 6.5% when you're looking at that 7.0. We can talk about where we are in the cycle, but interest rates are one of the hardest things in markets to predict. So I wouldn't want to necessarily anchor straight to that, but I think given where we are in the cycle, some of these are the 300 is hard to imagine that being a realistic scenario. That said, we just experienced one where it was almost 400 basis parallel shift. So, and I think the other component of it, not to talk down my own thinking, is you do have that reinvestment risk. So if we were to go into a more troubling recession than might be currently anticipated and rates have to fall further, then you're kind of stuck with some asset allocation parameters where you have that reinvestment risk that you're going to have to deal with in the back half of the asset allocation.
Yes, John.
Just one thing for the board to consider, if we can go back to slide 10 for a second. And I guess this is an arm wrestle between John and Tim. but a good-natured one. Because I think it's important is, thanks, Tim. Same return B, or what I would encourage the board to think about is as follows. When you look at real assets, currently core real estate, we're probably 4.7%, plus we have some unfunded commitments. The sales process that's publicly announced is slow in the current environment. I don't know if we can get to 4%. We would have to count on the denominator. We would have to count on the rest of the portfolio growing to get to 4%. And then when I look at natural resources and infrastructure, we've made significant investments in energy transition over the last couple of years. Some of those commitments haven't been called yet. And so I don't know if we can get to 2% within 3 years. I think that those may be more complicated. Once again, I think this goes back to a question that was asked before about structural noncompliance. Even though they're bans, I always like to have something that I have good confidence that we can get to within 3 years. So it's just something for the board to consider.
Fair enough, and I think those are also natural resources and infrastructure, considering that's where your focus on energy transition may create tremendous investment opportunities, depending on the pace at which those materialize. So that's a good point.
To my understanding as well, I think from my conversations with Mark at Alborn a little bit, is that the allocations towards real assets is kind of indicative typically of a more mature firm, that you see a higher concentration in firms that have less reach, because they're typically things that mature over a long timeline, and they're kind of they're steady, and they're not necessarily relied on for growth. But so I don't know, even in our own program, whether we're, again, bell curve slightly ahead, behind relative to a firm of our size that's out there. So just one thought.
Yeah, bell curve, you might be slightly ahead on sort of the real assets and inflation hedges. I mean, keeping in mind that a lot of other people don't segregate the sort of functional framework moves part of real estate. A lot of people don't use that functional framework. So the groupings make it a little funky to kind of conduct that analysis. But you're in the ballpark of where most. And tips. Yeah. Yeah, and tips also being there as well, because other people would consider that within fixed income typically, so.
Got it. Anything else? Yeah, absolutely. Trustee, go ahead.
So at the risk of asking a stupid question, I'm having a hard time between the slides going back and forth between the 7.75 versus 7.5 percentage, because it seems to mean different things on different slides. So could you explain? So for example, page 10 versus page, well, okay, 140, I'm going back and, 16 versus 10. It seems to mean different things on different slides.
16 versus 10. 16.
So for example, on the slide that's up right now,
yep,
the asset allocation policy options. So for example, 7.5% return percentage. Oh, they changed the slide. That's okay.
There you go.
Versus page
16.
141 on the agenda, 16 of 38 on this presentation. There's a separate subcategory, the probability of achieving a 7% return, versus the 7.75, picking on 7.75% return percentage above.
Can you repeat that? I'm just
okay.
Probability of experiencing.
So how about this? On the slide that's currently on the screen,
number 10 in the presentation.
When you have I just want to make sure we have the same numerator and denominator. So when you have 7.75% return percentage in growth, you have that at 42.0%. What does that mean?
So in growth, that's just the functional categories are the bold ones. So growth, credit, real assets, risk reduction, and mitigation. Those are roll-ups of the things that sit under it. So growth is global equity, private equity, and non-core real estate that we roll up. So as you move to those lower expected returns, you're taking some growth risk off the table and moving it into other things that might provide more defensive characteristics. So that's where you'll see, when you look at the worst case return scenarios, those all go down.
I got all that. Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
can I try?
John. Yeah.
I think that
Totally understand.
I think that what slide 10 shows is the apportionment of the 100% of the LACERA fund between the different asset categories. At the bottom, it shows the expected return, some of the metrics. What slide 16 then does with this apportionment of the assets is run it through Makita's engine to determine the probability of success, the probability of different risks, the probability of hitting our 7% actuarial threshold.
That's what I thought. I just
Yeah,
wanted to
like these are the race cars, and then we race it through the course and see how they turn out on all the
Gotcha.
rest of the slides is kind of how I think about that.
Okay, fantastic.
Trustee Santos?
Yeah, thank you. So you're looking for our opinion. I'm gonna give you mine. I think that the current asset allocation has done quite well with us. I mean, as John mentioned, and it was interesting because it's me and I were discussing this issue last night, and I don't want to speak for Ms. Me, but certainly in my discussion, I thought that 8 will be a better fit for us. I do agree with the CIO with regards to the bonds. So my vote is on A. So you know.
All right, so
Does anyone have any strong feelings perhaps on anywhere else within the neighborhoods, or is everyone kind of gravitating towards staying close to where we are currently?
I'd like more time to digest it and, maybe see a C and we're not voting on this today, right?
No.
This is-
No,
all right,
again,
just
as he
making
said
sure.
in next steps,
Yeah,
he just
yeah.
needs to know how to narrow down the universe of recommendations that eventually come up to us.
Okay.
And so,
And I think maybe it would, I'm just personally, I always like to see a menu of recommendations versus just one. But is the plan to talk among yourselves and do an arm wrestling match and then come to us with one or?
yeah, go ahead.
Typically, what we do with this process is the board gives feedback at this stage, and then we present next month. But I think oftentimes consultants will say that these portfolios are efficient and that the board can choose any of them. Staff, we typically make a recommendation to based upon our insights of the portfolio, but recognizing that strategic asset allocation is the most important decision that the board makes. So ultimately, it's the board's decision. So an affirmative recommendation will come next month, and the adjustments can be made if the helpful direction is we want the portfolio to be growthier in the sense of we want to not try to get 8%, we want to get 8.5%, or we just want to stick at a 7% portfolio. I think that direction, I think, helps construct the portfolios.
I think Trustee Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I gotta say, Trustee Santos, I think he has a little hack in my brain or something like that, because he always preempts. But I wanted to also give you my opinion. But first question is, to answer your question about scenario A, B, or the other ones, is it safe to assume that outside of A and B, the other options, 7.75, 7.5, and the 7% it looks to me from all your analysis by the MPT analysis, that they are actually higher risk with lower return in general?
They're generally all along the efficient frontier within what I would say are some of the structural parameters. Like we limited certain things that were just unrealistic to implement. So there's some gates on the model, but these all, should flow along that efficient frontier.
But if you look at all the scenario charts that you gave, all the different extreme scenarios, it looks like it's riskier to try to go for 7.75 versus scenario A or B, which their returns at 8.03. So it seems like A and B is a little bit more optimum than the other scenarios, right?
Yeah, hold on, let me get to, are you looking under the?
Well, slide 16, 17, 18, all the different, post-COVID, whether it's the global financial crisis, whether it's the, 20 years annualized, if you look at all of it, it looks like,
Well, yeah, I mean, the post-COVID rate hikes, but if you, look sort of, across GFC scenarios, you go from 23% potential loss at the current portfolio all the way down to 10, and those just go in numerical order there. I think it depends on which one of the scenarios that you look at, but certainly the ones that have involved interest rates, like the post-COVID rate hikes, all of those other ones where you're increasing the fixed income, you have much higher sensitivity to those scenarios that are more focused on interest rates and a little less focused on, recessions or downturns or other types of disruptions.
okay. Well, with that said, then, I would like, as Trustee Gatto said, I would like more information on A, B, or even another option. But if we have to choose between A and B, I actually think return B seems a little bit more attractive. However, with what our CIO said, it's a huge. It's one thing to want it; it's another thing to be able to execute it. So, I'd just like more information. I'm not set on any one of them, but A and B both look great. I think A is more realistic, and A is less of a deviation from our current policy while still gaining better returns. So A is attractive in that point, but I don't know, just on the precursory look with all the different scenarios, B looks a little bit safer and better, but again, I'd like more analysis. So I'm not.
Okay.
I'm a little, just slightly, like maybe 51% leaning towards B.
Okay.
Go ahead, Trustee
Fay.
I guess I'd like to see what this race car would look. Oh.
Yeah, we're having an administrative.
I'd like to see what this would look like with, let's say, 9 or 10 in investment grade bonds and where we could be reallocated and see what that race car looks like. Because if we're in a space where we could have more growth, it'd be nice to see what that looks like on the other side. I'm more about deviating less away from what we currently have as a policy, and so just that headline number from 7 to 14 still makes me want to understand what happens if we could do something with less.
Okay. Sounds like you just created a C.
Okay. Trustee Me.
Thank you. So I always like to go back to the process, right? So we're doing this exercise every 3 years, is that right?
Correct.
So if we're doing this exercise every 3 years, I'm thinking that we should be looking into what the next 3 years the market would be like, and what do we get the best out of it in the next 3 years, right? So looking at the macroeconomic trend, so also where we are at, like our CIO mentioned it's hard to execute for too big a change in the next 3 years before do the other evaluation again. So just want to get back to the point. I feel like if that's the case, I am more toward A, in the next 3 years, it's more possible to execute the A, scenario A. Also, I see the difference is that in A, we have a heavier weight in infrastructure and real estate, and then in the B, I see a little bit heavier weight in the bond and then hedge funds. So I feel like my personal this moment, I can continue to look at more information when it's available, but this moment, my assessment is that I feel like A is more attractive to me. And then I like how Trustee Herman Santos always want his opinions in. He's a veteran. I think he's seen this analysis many, many times. And next time when we do the approval, he won't be here. So I'm glad that he spelled out his opinion and we all heard it. So yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah. And Chair Jones.
Thank you. Trustee Martin, I want to make sure, give you an opportunity. I know.
Yeah, I think I would like to, the same as Trustee Is it Faye? Yeah, Faye. Trevor, Trustee Trevor. I'd like to see a little bit more of the reports that he was talking about, but I don't think there's much difference between the two for me, but to go with what is more trusting, I guess I should say, in my opinion. I mean, right now, if you made me vote, it would be A, but I'm very interested in looking at more information. Thank you.
Okay. And then for what it's worth, Trustee, or Plan A, from that perspective, if you're taking the informal poll on that side. Anybody else? Trustee Knox, Trustee Green from afar, did you guys want to weigh in with any?
That's a useful discussion. I always appreciate the process and hearing some of the other opinions. I look, I won't be here again, but I think this is very typical, and we'll get more information in the future that'll help us pick one option.
Okay, thank you.
Feel
Mr.
free
Chair,
to
Mr. Chair.
send the additional information to Costa Rica.
Yeah, that's right.
Sorry.
You won't want to see it, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
And then did Trustee Green, did we lose him? Or was he just not on my screen?
No, I'm still on.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Did you want to weigh in at all before we?
Yeah, just the collaboration between Makita and staff, and putting this stuff together, and emphasizing what I understand about asset allocation. It is it's been said over and over again. It's the largest driver of our growth, and probably the most important thing that we're going to be thinking about. I don't really have an opinion on the difference between A or B or whatnot versus current policy. I do, however, want to say I want to recognize that collaboration and the work that went involved into putting this together for us. So thank you for that.
All right, thank you, Trustee Green. All right, did you have a closing statement? Okay, Trustee.
So I also want to thank you because I think this is a terrific presentation. It just very, very informative, and I think both of you did a fantastic job. I don't want to put anybody on the spot, and perhaps as a discussion for a retreat, but I'd almost like to discuss a little bit before we vote next month, which is, I think it's accurate to say that while nobody has a crystal ball, there are certain things that keep everybody up at night, right? And because so much of the models depend on whether one anticipates a GFC-like meltdown versus interest rate or inflation risk, right? I would almost like to hear opinions at some point about what keeps you up at night, right? And if there is more or less a consensus among the people that we hold close to us, which is all of you, that the biggest risk right now is just simply that the Magnificent Seven are overheated, and we're going to see something like we saw, in previous years, then I think we can look at these models and we can make a, informed decision based on your guidance. So that's it. Just, I'd be curious, if somebody held a gun to your head and said, what is the thing that keeps you up most at night? Or, what's the biggest risk, to hear from you at some point. It doesn't have to be today, because then I think we can make a more informed decision versus A, B, or C.
Perfect. Yeah, I think some of the things that keep me up at night are things that you can't necessarily always defend in a portfolio. Geopolitical risks, clearly can emerge from nowhere, or they can slowly simmer for a while until it turns into something. Again, really difficult to predict those. We do have some ability to model scenarios along those lines, but the outcomes are bad.
Yeah. Yes, there's really, yeah.
And aside from that, I think maybe next time when we do bring, we'll refine these a little bit, have at least an A, B, and a C to consider versus the current policy, and then we can anchor to a couple of the scenarios that I think to use your feedback and trustees, me's feedback. In the next 3 years, which of these scenarios do I think might be slightly more likely than others? And then also which one of these do I think would be the most impactful, or that I would worry about the most, and just enter that into the dialogue as well.
And John's got teenagers, so we know what keeps him up at
night. But before we go, we have one other piece of the presentation to deal with, and it's basically the same, but this is looking at the OPEB plan, which I think we've heard a lot about, that is structured somewhat differently because of some additional sets of real-world considerations. Things to note here, the actuarial return assumption is lower at 6% versus the pension. There are additional counterparties that are in that trust, and they have the ability to contribute and also withdraw for appropriate healthcare related expenses. So the cash flow profile is somewhat uncertain, and maybe Jude has some other thoughts on differences between the two plans, but that's this is the set of the same exercise essentially, where we looked at the current policy, which again, we would say we think is relatively good and efficient. And that's ultimately why we were part of the process of recommending it the last time around, as we understood the circumstances. And then we have a same risk, same return. Both of those, I would say, are very modest optimizations, almost similar to what we did in A and B in the previous section. And then just spanning the return spectrum down to the 6. So I didn't know if any of this resonated with any of you, or if we want to take similar focus and just, anchor to kind of the current neighborhood that you live in, and provide a couple of different optimizations for your consideration at the next meeting.
I mean, I think for the purposes of OPEB, since its utility is significantly different in terms of liquidity requirements and things of that nature, I'm inclined to continue, I think, as we have, defer to you all on that one.
Okay. All right. So I think we have enough. Thank you. That was a great discussion. We enjoy it when it gets interactive like that. So thank you.
Good. All right. Thank you very much, Tim, Jude. As always. All right. So then, in terms of okay, so
It's the same team, so maybe you can just.
okay. So I'm going to ask in the next set of reports that we get, I'm going to give you a little bit of a time bound. So we're going to try and pep through those if we can. So for the report C coming through, or
The
or no,
OPEB and the total fund.
performance one, yes. So we're going to kind of give you a 12-minute bound on this one. So I know that may upset the full set list that you had planned to play, but want to keep this moving towards an outcome.
All right. I believe we are squarely in the afternoon zone, so good afternoon, Chair and Trustees. I will briefly introduce item C and D of the agenda. Every quarter, the Portfolio Analytics team, and separately Makita, provides the board with a quarterly performance report for both the LACERA Total Fund as well as the OPEB Master Trust. Twice a year, for the calendar year end and fiscal year end, staff presents highlights to the board from those reports. In that spirit, Team Portfolio Analytics, John Kim, Catherine Tan, Sanaya Ganoyan, as well as our colleague from Corporate Governance, Dale Johnson, will provide you today with highlights of asset allocation, performance, investment, risk, and compliance data for both plans, as well as ESG climate analysis for the total fund at year end. The full report is roughly 150 pages long. It includes it's rich in information, a lot of detail, and includes a glossary of terms. The team does plan to provide more in-depth sessions on these reports and data elements throughout the year. With that, I'm happy to pass today's presentation on to John Kim.
Thanks, Esme. So real quick, just to clarify, you guys are doing both C and D together in this group. Then let me alter the time to 20 minutes because I was going to be 15 minutes,
okay.
15 minutes to each. But okay, 12 minutes each. So got that? Are we clear? Okay.
I'll try to stay within the 12 minutes.
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Jones and trustees. We'll begin on slide 4 with a review of our total funds asset allocation. We closed the year with a total market value of 75.9 billion, up 5% from the prior quarter and up 8% year over year. The light blue bars represent our year-end actual allocations, while the dark blue bars represent the board-approved policy targets. As you can see, our largest underweight was in real assets and inflation hedges, below its target by 1.2%. We anticipate this underweight to gradually move closer to its policy target with the ongoing transition from legacy real estate separate account assets to core diversified funds, as mentioned in the real estate investment guidelines review. Slide 5 presents the total funds performance summary page, and I really want to note that this contains 4 key areas that provide a top-level overview of the fund's performance for trustees. First, I'll note that all figures on this slide are on a net of fees basis. So starting with the top left panel, the total fund returned 5.6% for the quarter, outperforming the policy benchmark by 30 basis points. For the 1-year period, the total fund generated 10.3%, but underperformed by 210 basis points. Moving to the functional category table at the top right, we can see that growth was a large contributor to our headline numbers. For the quarter, the category generated 130 basis points, but underperformed by 480 basis points for the 1-year period. The 1-year underperformance is primarily due to a timing mismatch, specifically lagged private market valuations being measured against an unlagged public markets benchmark. As such, private market returns in the shorter periods may not generally be as indicative or as meaningful when evaluated in isolation. At the bottom right is an illustration of each functional category's quarter-to-date contribution to return. This chart helps us to identify which category had the largest return impact on an absolute basis. So as shown in the graph, all 5 functional categories were positive contributors for the quarter, and growth accounting for over 65% of the total fund's net return. Slide 6 presents the total fund's return attribution analysis for the quarter. And the basic principle here is that investors like LACERA first decide the target weights for different asset categories, just like the SAA study that we just spoke of. And then we select managers within those defined groups, and that's the selection effect. And as I mentioned on the prior slide, the total fund generated 32 basis points, to be exact, in excess return for the period. So this slide breaks up that amount, the 32 basis points, into the 2 effects to better understand the outcomes of our active investment decisions. So similar story to the prior slide, growth was the primary driver of the fund's total value add, largely attributed to the composite selection effect. And it's also worth noting that the allocation effect was predictably marginal across the board as we closely adhere to our strategic asset allocation policy. And with that, I'll hand it to Catherine to cover total fund risk.
Thanks, John. Risks, along with performance, as John just touched upon, are an integral part of the investment process. Slide 7 provides insight into the total fund and highlights the importance of strategic asset allocation for risk-return outcomes. On this page, I'll walk you through some investment risk metrics. The metrics shown are consistent with prior quarters and are in line with expectations. The top middle section shows value at risk, a hypothetical calculation used to quantify in dollar or percentage terms an estimate of a large possible loss to a portfolio in a given year. The takeaway here are the similarities between the total fund VAR and benchmark VAR. As you can see, the 2 VAR percentages sit nearly on top of each other, further supporting the fact that LACERA does not take excessive risks. Moving to the top far right of the page shows 3 allocation views within the total fund. The first is active versus passive. Active mandates represent 68% of the total fund by market value. Next, private versus public. Private mandates represent 42% of the total fund by market value. And finally, US versus non-US. 70% of the underlying security holdings within the total fund are domiciled in the US. Now let's focus our attention to the bottom half of the page, which shows total fund risk in multiple dimensions. All are forward-looking 1 year out into the future. On the bottom left, you can see forecast volatility percentages for the total fund and benchmark. The total fund volatility is at 12.3%, and the benchmark volatility is also very close at 12%. The forecast tracking error at 1.1% is broken down by asset allocation and security selection risks. Because LACERA stays very close to the target policy allocation, the allocation risk is close to zero. Selection risk is also very low. The normal range for forecast tracking error is 1 to 1.5% for public pension funds, so the tracking error for the total fund is within range. Moving to the bottom middle of the page, the donut chart shows how the total fund volatility of 12.3% is split among the 5 functional categories. The bar chart to the right shows a side-by-side comparison between the current asset allocation for the total fund, the left bar, and the associated risks, the right bar. The takeaway here is that credit and risk mitigating strategies account for 30% of the total fund, but only account for 5% of the risks. This goes back to the importance of diversification and the fact that the board-approved strategic asset allocation is working. On slide 8, I'll walk you through a high-level view of how MSCI arrives at their forecasted risk numbers. Total volatility, as shown on the dark blue line at the top of the page, is 12.3% for the total fund. This total fund volatility can be broken down into the 3 risk areas circled on this page. 1, currency risks. 2, idiosyncratic or asset-specific risks. And 3, common factor risks. A common factor is an attribute or characteristic within an asset class. You could see a summarized list of attributes within each functional category in the green, blue, and gray boxes in the middle of the page. Directly below are pie charts that summarize the top risk attributes for each functional category by weight. From the pie charts, you can see the variety of attributes within and across functional categories, further supporting the importance of diversification and strategic asset allocation. With that, I'll now hand it over to Sanaya to cover the compliance monitor.
Thanks, Catherine. Good afternoon, Chair Jones and trustees. This section of the performance book highlights compliance. This is our initial rollout of the redesigned compliance monitor, and I will cover a subset of pages from the full report. The purpose of the compliance monitor is to ensure that asset category and investment manager activity align with the established guidelines, and also to provide transparency of investment and operational activities. Importantly, there are no material compliance findings to report for the 4th quarter. In front of you, what you see is the total fund overview page as of December 31st. Starting in the upper part of the page, we show total fund asset allocation by functional asset category relative to the board-approved policy ranges and allocation targets. The colored bars are the ranges, the blue bars show the policy targets, and the circles are the actual allocation as of December end. All functional asset categories are within bands. Now moving down to the middle of the page, we'll list out the number of advisories. Notably, advisories are for informational purposes and do not necessarily indicate a compliance violation or a breach. For example, growth shows 21 advisories. All 21 are for information only and note specific types of portfolio holdings and exposure information. The bottom half of the page provides asset allocation versus target and policy range, now at the sub-asset category level. In the performance book, you will find information for each sub-asset class. And I would like to note here that any blank space that you see in the advisory column means that there is nothing to report. Beyond compliance, the report highlights special programs and investment operations. This page provides an overview of the activity that took place in the 4th quarter, including proxy voting, securities lending program, tax reclaims, and special projects the team has been working on. And this list may differ from quarter to quarter. With that, I'll now hand it over to John, who will cover OPEB's trust performance.
Before we dive into OPEB, we would like to start by providing a brief overview of the trust and its current structure for background. The OPEB Master Trust was established to commingle and co-invest the assets for the county, LACERA, and the Superior Court, and for the purpose of pre-funding the retiree healthcare benefits program. Under the trust declaration, LACERA's Board of Investments was appointed to serve as trustee, investment manager, and administrator of the trust. As a distinct and separate plan, OPEB is governed by its own investment policies and strategic asset allocation. More importantly, each participant effectively invests in the same asset allocation, which is shown here and bordered in blue, regardless of the different contribution schedules. So with that background, we'll move forward with a review of OPEB's asset allocation. The trust closed with a total market value of $3.5 billion, up 13% from the prior quarter and up 34% year over year. Trustees will note that year-end allocations were in line with policy targets, with no category exhibiting a significant or over or underweight. So here is OPEB's version of the performance summary page, and starting with the top left again, the trust returned 8.8% for the quarter, beating its policy benchmark by 160 basis points. For the one-year period, the trust fared slightly even better, generating 190 basis points in excess return. And if we move to the functional category table at the top right, we can see that all categories posted strong absolute returns, with growth and credit generating double-digit returns for the one-year period. The contribution to return table at the bottom right further illustrates the outperformance, as we can see that all functional categories were positive contributors. Slide 16 is OPEB's return attribution analysis for the quarter. The clear takeaways from this graph are the outsized selection effects and growth in real assets and inflation hedges, and this is largely explained by the added private market investments and impacts from that program in these respective categories. I'll now hand it back to Catherine to cover risk for OPEB.
You will notice that this OPEB page mirrors the total fund page. Rather than walk you through the details of every section, I'll direct your attention to the key takeaways. On the top far right, you will see that the three allocation views for the OPEB trust, that there's 98% of the total of the OPEB portfolio was passive as of December 31st, 2023. However, there was a conversion from passive to active or separately managed accounts at the beginning of 2024. Details of the conversion can be found in the OPEB Master Trust Account Conversion FYI memo in the board package. The bottom left shows forecasted volatility and tracking error, which is consistent with prior periods. And the bottom right chart shows the importance of diversification, with credit and risk mitigating strategies accounting for over 1/3 of the portfolio, but only accounting for 10% of the risk. Let me hand it over to Sanaya now.
Thanks, Catherine. This section covers OPEB Trust's Compliance Monitor Review as of December 31st. The top panel, similar to the total fund, addresses asset allocation versus policy targets and ranges. The middle panel covers the advisories by functional asset category, and the bottom right highlights the special projects. As Catherine mentioned, OPEB Trust, at the time of this report, was in the process of converting the vast majority of its commingled funds into separately managed accounts. Next quarter, as we become more active, the OPEB Compliance Monitor format will mimic that of the total fund. And with that, I'll hand it over now to Dale to provide an ESG and climate profile update.
Thank you. Thank you, Sanaya. Good afternoon, Chair and Trustees. So this slide provides a snapshot of our approach to assessing ESG factors and climate exposures and the high-level metrics utilized in evaluating LACERA's ESG and climate profile. For the benefit of new trustees, for the past 4 years, we've been using third-party ESG and climate data analytics to monitor our public market managers and LACERA's portfolio on certain ESG profiles where the data is available. The charts in the middle of the slide are an example of how we are using this data, where available, to gain insight into the ESG and climate profiles of our portfolios relative to the benchmarks and similar mandates. This analysis provides two primary insights. First, we can identify concentrated exposures, areas of potential risk, and opportunities in the portfolio at various levels, such as the functional asset class or individual portfolios for assessing the fund's overall ESG and climate profile. Second, the data and analytics provide a quantitative profile of our external managers' approach to integrating ESG and climate factors in their investment process, which supplements our qualitative assessments of how managers are identifying and integrating ESG factors, such as what Scott reviewed in the earlier presentation. And these scores are presented in your quarterly performance books, such as the one we are going through now, and in every quarter where we provide the performance book. So this analysis provides discussion points with our managers to understand how they are integrating climate-related analytics into the portfolio construction process. And currently, we can evaluate the climate profile of our public market investments and real estate portfolio and engage our managers in how they are taking into consideration certain ESG factors as part of the portfolio construction process. We are pursuing several approaches to expand our coverage of climate data for the private market assets, including modeling and tools such as the Global Real Estate Sustainability Benchmark and forthcoming data and risk analytics RFP platform RFP to provide a more comprehensive total fund view of climate-related risks and opportunities. That concludes our presentation. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you guys for your presentation agility. And just so that the my fellow trustees also know that part of the upgrading of the asset class committee meetings include a deeper dive into the performance books, including a manager evaluation and things of those nature. So I wanted to kind of keep this one topical, knowing that we're going to be pushing a lot of that deeper discussion at the asset class level into the committee structure. So we would expect to see you back to be able to delve deeper into those. But any other questions so far on what they presented for now? Yes, Trustee Mee.
Thank you, Chair Jones. Thank you for presentation. Great job. I will keep my questions simple and brief. I have two questions. The first question will go to Tim about the Sharpe ratio. You know, in this total fund performance report, our Sharpe ratio is 0.6, I believe. How does it compare with peer pension funds?
Off the top of my head, I don't know how that scores for this particular period. I can pull it up and easily respond to you, but I just need to log in.
No problem.
Okay.
Thank you. Second question, go back to the team. I'd like to understand a little bit more about the global equity market, right? The global equity portfolio that we have. My understanding is that there's a public equity, there's a trading. Do we do in-house trading or we hire a manager out there manage the trading? How do we make that decision? And when we hire a manager out there to do the trading, how do we hold them accountable to meet the benchmark or performance in general?
Hello, Ms. Mee. So all of the global equity, and I would say all of our managers are externally managed. In January, we did present a trade cost analysis report. So global equity does actively review that quarterly. We review every manager and where there is anything outsized in terms of trading activity versus their specific universe or what we would anticipate out of that manager, we have a direct conversation with the consultant, our TCA consultant, along with that manager to review. So it's something we do on a quarterly basis.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions before we move on to the next one? Yes.
Just a brief comment as follow-up to Ms. Asmi's point. You know, we have looked over the years to the possibility of bringing a lot of the investment operation in-house. We have done cost analysis, as it was mentioned. We determined that it was not feasible at the time for several reasons. One is that we're not able to pay competitive wages in order for us to be able to do this in-house. One of the reasons why I'm suggesting my colleagues here take into consideration when we hear from the CEO's report on the salary study is that we need to evaluate incentive pay. If this board eventually decides to implement incentive pay, we might be able to then hire appropriate individuals to help us run the operation in-house. That's a long discussion that needs to be had, but it's something that is important to look at the cost analysis but we have to pay the staff appropriately. Other than that, we're not going to be able to get it done.
to add to that, right, looking at history and today, I'm thinking the big changes that we used to be small fund and now we're larger fund. Is there any change that we should consider?
Okay. Any other questions at all? Anyone remote? Oh, okay, I saw your hand there. All right, thank you very much. All right, so next on the agenda, the Private Equity Emerging Manager Program update. Chris and Calvin. You may not need it all, but if you could keep it to a 10-minute time frame, that would be appreciated as well.
Good morning, Chair Jones and trustees. At the Equity Committee meeting in February, there was a request from the trustees to take a look at the performance of our Emerging Manager Program, which has been ongoing since about 2001, and also compare our program to maybe some other programs that are out there and how we compare and contrast. Calvin Cheng to my left, your right, did the research, and Calvin will now do the presentation. So I'll turn it over to Calvin to take you through what he found.
All right, Calvin.
Yes. Good afternoon. So take you through a brief history of LACERA's Emerging Manager.
Oh, make sure you get your mic on, Calvin. Yep.
Okay, so taking you through a brief history of LACERA's Emerging Manager Program. In 2008, the Board of Investments opted for an outsourced separate account strategy due to resource constraints, selecting JP Morgan to manage what would be the first of 4 tranches that would proceed in the partnerships. In 2022, Hamilton Lane was approved for the 5th and the most current tranche. As we explore emerging management programs across various public pensions, it became evident that there are no standardized definitions in place. Mentioned earlier in the growth functional category investment guideline update, the emerging manager policy is included in the investment policy statement. The recently approved PE guideline outlines LACERA's emerging manager program investment criteria, which seeks to invest in funds within the first 3 institutional series of the manager that are under $1 billion for buyouts and growth equity and under $400 million for venture capital. For comparison purposes, CalPERS also considers funds in the first 3 institutional series, but under $2 billion as an emerging manager. This threshold is twice the size of our program. These 4 examples on the slide underscore the lack of consistency and standardization in defining emerging manager mandates. Each institution applies its own criteria, often resulting in different thresholds and classifications. This variability poses different challenges when attempting to assess and compare program performance across different institutions. Therefore, as we navigate the complexities of the emerging manager landscape, it's crucial to be mindful of these differences. Delving into the performance metrics of our private equity emerging manager program, LACERA has committed over $1 billion to this initiative and has generated a 21% historical net IRR. This performance surpasses the public market equivalent benchmarks for all 5 of our capital tranches and mostly exceeds the median private equity Burgess benchmarks. Now, if you take a look at the bottom left chart, we can see the sources of our returns. Notably, our program has predominantly generated returns from US focused funds and outsized co-investment and secondary returns. The right chart highlights some key numbers. Since inception, there's been 82 investments through the emerging manager mandates, partnering with 44 unique general partners. Among them, 5 have successfully graduated to LACERA's core private equity program. And of those 5, they also generated a 21% since inception return since their graduation. Furthermore, our emerging manager program has outperformed the core private equity program by 408 basis points since 2010. These performance metrics underscore the success and effectiveness of our private equity emerging manager program, positioning us as one of the leaders in the industry.
I mean, that's our mantra, best in class. Get everything.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yes.
So for these returns, these are all net, I assume?
Net.
Is that net including JP Morgan or Hamilton Lane, or is that just net for the individual manager?
These are net,
So that's
including what their, even including their
the additional fund of fund fees. So the actual net IRR would be higher if you took out
Yes.
that extra layer.
Yes.
Okay, so they actually is much better than 21.
So as LACERA evolves into best-in-class investor, we have implemented enhancements to the Emerging Manager Program, reinforcing LACERA's 5 strategic initiatives. For example, we introduced valuation reconciliation testing for the tranches. This ensures that the marks align with the values of our books, enhancing accuracy and integrity of our financial reporting. Next, we standardize the reporting across all emerging manager funds. This promotes consistency and uniformity in data we receive. We adopted reporting standards for ESG practices, DEI, and annual cost reporting. Standardization not only benefits LACERA, but also helps managers to be fully institutionalized more quickly, and also elevating industry standards as a whole. We also transition co-investments and secondaries to our in-house team. This move optimizes our capital allocation and investment strategy, freeing up capital from our current mandate to more primary fund opportunities. It also strengthens relationships with our general partners as we become even more significant source of capital. Moreover, consolidating co-investments in-house to the in-house program, it should contribute to these substantial cost reductions that could save LACERA up to $30 million. In summary, our Emerging Manager Program reflects our commitment to excellence in private equity, and we continuously adapt, refine, and optimize our strategies to drive profits for our members. And that concludes our prepared remarks, and open for any comments.
That's where you're supposed to do the drop mic, or mic drop there, Calvin. So question for you, of the 5 organizations that have graduated, have we done follow-ons with them? And can you talk a little bit about, because I've heard from other folks who are involved in emerging manager programs that sometimes there's a gap between when a fund graduates out of the emerging level and then whether or not they're kind of recipients of subsequent funding based on the next set of criteria outside of the emerging manager program. So I'm curious, A, if we have a gap, B, of the 5 that have graduated, how many have we had continued follow-on investment with?
Yes, so we have experience of, we call it re-upping with emerging managers that have graduated. One am I allowed to list out an example?
No, it's good to check.
So one would be Atlantic Street Capital. They were a JP Morgan emerging manager graduate, and we invested in the graduate fund at, I believe, $50 million, and then we re-upped at $150 million in the next raise. And so, that would be a particular example of one of the 5 that we have re-upped.
No, that's good, because I think part of the conversations having gone to some of those funds is kind of the, one is how do you get into the funnel, right? If you're an emerging manager. 2, part of our talent scouting at the emerging manager level is we obviously hope by their interactions with us that they enhance their ability to perform above the benchmark, as I think we've proven there too. And then lastly, the question is then as they graduate out, then how reliable, I guess, to the extent can they count on follow-on investments for us? So, perhaps next time we see you, or at least the next time I talk to you, because there's plenty of trustee opportunities where I have an opportunity to comment, but I'm at conferences about our program. I would love just to be able to talk about our approach towards those 5 companies that have graduated and how we're continuing to look to evolve and make sure that we make that opportunity as succinct as possible, if it's possible, right? Like, I'm sure not everybody graduates maybe deserves a second round, but I'd like to think if they've come in through our funnel, been exposed through us enough to graduate, that they're probably probably in a position to continue to outperform for us.
Okay, no.
All right. Any other questions, thoughts? Trustee Fay?
I'd love to see the numbers without the fund of funds, without the additional fees from the JP Morgans or Hamilton Lanes, just for what each of those managers have been able to return, because I think that makes the story even stronger, and it's an easier thing to compare them to once they've graduated, to see how do they perform after getting a larger sum of capital.
Okay.
And then Trustee Santos?
Yes. So, based on these numbers, it was a good decision that this board made to invest with Hamilton Lane and move away from JP Morgan. Quite frankly, I was a little apprehensive back then because JP Morgan always gave us, well, at the time, it was giving those 21% returns. But I see Hamilton Lane has done better than that. So that's great. It was a good decision that we made back then, and hope to that those returns continue. I think it will be a good idea. I don't know if you have the answers right now, but what is the breakdown in terms of how many African American owned funds are there, how many women owned are there, so on and so forth? It will be a good idea to get an assessment on that. Part of the criticism from my part with JP Morgan, it was that it didn't have the right breakdown for us. From my perspective, in terms of, if I remember correctly, there was not enough African American funds in there, and certainly very few, perhaps none, Latino-owned firms. So it would be a good idea to get a flavor of the makeup of all these funds. It's an emerging manager fund that it's important to me. Also, graduation. Graduation that's the whole purpose of this program, is to make sure that those small and emerging managers graduate to our program. We had the opportunity to look at them, perhaps for at least one or two market cycles. So we know what the type of manager they are, and it will be great to be able to get them into our program. Do you have any numbers in terms of the breakdown, especially the ones who graduated?
Well, we have a portfolio emerging manager program number that doesn't, we do, I'm sure we could cut it. We got the numbers to what you want, but high level, it would be about $1.28 of every $10 that we committed in the emerging manager program is to diverse owners of different, majority diverse. So meaning more than 50%.
Got it. And the others just have members that are partners and
Yes.
things like that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's cool.
Good.
Good. I'm sorry, John, you were going to say something. I saw you saddle up.
No, I just want to, I think something I know that the team discussed, and I know this was part of the move or the recommendation behind Hamilton Lane is, I'll just say it, I don't think 5 is enough, in terms of the graduations. I think that's kind of an underwhelming number on this page. I want to celebrate our success, but I don't think 5 is the right number.
Yeah, it's better than what I hear from some others. And so that was the initial clap. And then, my always next question is, well, how do we get, further out, right? Like best in class is not necessarily always defined by where we are relative to someone else, sometimes defined by us just going as far as we can, with our team. So, I appreciate that context. Yes, Trustee Martin.
How many have we put through the program? How many are in the program right now? I just want to feel like, does the 5 make sense? I mean, is there 10 in the program? Is there 100 in the program?
Well, if you look over the portfolios that JP Morgan has built, they've done several funds with the same manager, because some managers may have a growth fund and an early stage fund and things like that. So over the life, and they've also done co-investments in secondaries with managers that are in the portfolio. So they've made 79 total investments over the time period that they've had capital from LACERA. This is just JP Morgan. I would say that's probably with 45 or 50 managers possibly. So 10% maybe have graduated.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Thanks.
Jude, do you have something? Okay, yeah, on the slide, yeah, general partner relationships, yeah. No, good, thank you for this. All right, so let's keep the program moving. Thank you very much, Chris and Calvin. Okay, do we need the trust account conversion? We don't need that, I don't need that, so we're good. Did anybody else want anything? What else was that?
I think the only item was trustee me requested, I guess, a discussion or a report regarding the challenges of hiring at LACERA. Oh, wait, you're in items for staff review?
Yeah, they're just looking at reports.
Oh, there's nothing else.
Okay, good. So then we're done with the reports, items for staff review.
Yeah,
So we have the
a report
trustee
regarding the
meeting recorded.
challenges of the hiring process.
All right, items for future agendas. Anything else? All right, good. And then finally, and I'm glad Keith has held on through here and has not already left for Costa Rica, wherever he's going in his retirement.
Egypt.
Egypt. But good to the order. And we'll just kind of start, what's the order you normally do?
I just don't.
You just go kind of go left to right. I know Trustee Fay, did you want to share anything good to the order related to Trustee Knox or otherwise? Could be the Dodgers for all we know.
She has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee.
Before we get there, can I ask a couple questions about a couple items on the agenda? Just a comment, a quick comment on the item here. So the first one is the salary adjustment for the legal office. So I see that all the adjustments all happen to be women. And I want to say congratulations to all the ladies. And this month is International Women's Month, I believe. So and then I also want to compliment our CEO and then the team, actively doing the evaluation, making sure LACERA is an equitable place. That's how we make our place more attractive to retain and attract new talents. So thank you for doing that. Just a comment on that. And the other comments on the trustee child and education item. So I went through it briefly every board meeting, and then I noticed that so for trustee, we have the individual, summarize where we go and the total expenditure, and look at the staff too. I think it's also important if we have the report on the staff individually, what's the expenditure and the total each period of time. So that will allow us as a board to oversee, and then the transparency as well would help. So we'll suggest that. Or is there any reason that we don't report?
That we don't report it?
Yeah, so on the report, I don't see, on the staff, the individual expense.
Yeah, we don't manage that. Yeah, we don't manage the individual staff level.
Right, in individual staff, I believe there was a study that was done, mosaic study, and the decision at that particular point in time was that all staff travel was the responsibility of the CEO, and so we provide the safeguards, and we're the ones that actually make sure that we're following the policies and procedures. Your travel policy is different than staff's policy. Ours is a little more restrictive. But that's the reason why we don't put it in the report. It is in the.
No, it's disclosed in the annual budget review.
Yeah, it has to be
specific
it has
individual.
to be disclosed because we need to know whether or not the staff is following the guidelines that we set, but it is public.
Right, but not on a monthly basis. It's on an annual basis, correct?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, John.
All right. So
Trevor.
Now, Trevor, back to the good of the order. Thank you.
Keith's been great to me and my whole one meeting. Wish I could work with you more, Keith.
Yes.
So Keith, I'm a lawyer and a politician. You're a tax collector. You throw in used car salesman, and I think we got the superfecta there of hated professions. But you've been pretty darn beloved, even though you've been a tax collector. So we're gonna miss you.
Okay, I need to chime in now.
Oh, yeah, Trustee Martin.
I'm just gonna say you're gonna be missed. but you could come back on 120 day.
Yeah, that's right.
Take care of yourself.
Are we toasting?
Yeah, go ahead, Trustee.
Trustee?
Yeah, still go to the order, Keith, and all of the things related through there, so yeah.
I do have an interesting story to share about Trustee Knock, if that's okay. I met him in one of the API Lunar New Year celebration dinner. So I met his lovely wife as well. And then his wife's asking, like, do you know what's the menu for the dinner right now? What the order was coming up so that I can save space for the favorite dish, you know? So I looked for the menu and then found it. I share with his wife and then I want to share with Keith as well. He said, I'm good. I don't need to know. I like surprise. So I love that, you know, that about Key because that's what we need, you know, in the entire organization here. We going through changes, you know, change is uncomfortable, you know, for every one of us. So we need to be okay with uncomfortable, you know, and okay with change and be open-minded. And Key always be such a person like chill and but also be there ready, you know, support any one of us once needed. And then I see that support from him and Key. We will miss you. And then, you know, this is one seat is for retiree. So if you ever want to come back, you know, we'd love to see you join us, you know, as a retiree seat. Later. Yeah, so that's all I have to say. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. And Keith, I am very upset. You know, I think I expressed it a little bit at the BOR, but you know, you were a reliable seatmate and someone to lean over and ask stupid questions to, or just look to for guidance. And you know, I mean, I feel like I'm repeating myself. I've been here for a little over a year now, and it's not. Maybe every other meeting, somebody's dropping out.
Yeah.
And I'm like, did I do something wrong? You know, what's going on here? And Keith, I was really looking forward to you staying on board because, you know, we have Trustee Santos, you know, on his way out as well. And, you know, we look around the horseshoe. I'm very excited with all the new board members, but at the same time, very a little bit concerned at the loss of institutional knowledge. So I am very upset with you because I was hoping that you stayed on for another couple of years. But look, I can't blame you. It's your retirement. You should enjoy your retirement with your family. And, you know, thank you for all of your services that you did to the County of Los Angeles and to LACERA in particular, because yourself, you know, Trustee Santos, all the old former board members who really has created an atmosphere and brought this organization to the level that it is. Ever since I've been here, I'm just really impressed with the staff. I'm impressed with everything that's going on. And I just can't imagine that there was any issues in the past. And I think that's a testament to yourself, Keith, and to the previous board members who really got it to a point where I just feel this is just a boring old organization that, you know, where nothing's happening. And for a pension, that's a good thing. So I really appreciate your service to the county as well as service to LACERA. And but that still doesn't take the fact that I'm a little upset with you. but much deserved. Thank you, Keith.
I guess Mr. Green.
Thank you, Linda. Speaking of Egypt, I'm in denial about all of it. Everything they said. In denial. I didn't get it. I totally had a brain fart at the BOR. I didn't get to publicly compliment Mr. Knox on his retirement. And but I told him in person, but publicly, I want to say that you know what I told him, which is that the experience he brings with managing such a large staff, like that's important, and he can look through the forest beyond the trees, and sometimes the questions he met his sense of duty by asking tough questions, which it's been a indirect mentorship because it empowered me as a new trustee for my first year to have confidence to ask questions. And with others, Miss Gray and Mr. Santos, and whatnot. But yeah, there's going to be a hole, and but like I told you, Keith, get out while you can, with all your fingers in toes, So, but the short period that I got to sit on the board with you, on both, it really, I paid attention, and your eloquence and your demeanor, it's a testament. And I know your replacement, hopefully, that he or she will have big shoes to fill, but I'm sure at your recommendation they will be on par with you. So I wish you a long standing retirement, and as a liability to this fund. And I'm not, I know we're going to do our best to make sure it lasts. So thank you. Thanks for your and your Christmas card. And I expect another one next year. All right, come on. Thanks.
Thank you.
For Mr. Knox.
I think.
Mr. Knox, congratulations. It's been a pleasure and an honor to work with you both at the Board of Retirement as well as here. Even though you are department head, and from time to time your department head hat came out, but you remain very focused in the doings of LACERA. For obvious reasons, you and I have our own self-interest to make sure that this organization functions the way it's functioning now. But thank you. It was a great pleasure, even when we disagree. It reminds me of one of my great prosecutor friends. We will fight like crazy in court and then go out and have a beer after the hearing. It was always with you like that, even though when we disagree, it remained on the boardroom, and then when we left the boardroom, you were the same individual, very courteous and friendly. I appreciated you, your wisdom on this board, as well as the Board of Retirement. And that is something very important that hopefully the person who replace you will maintain that. Very important because you, notwithstanding, from my perspective, notwithstanding the fact that the Board of Supervisors do have appointees on this board, you were always the ex officio who represented the county in my mind. And it was always good to hear your perspective, notwithstanding the fact that you were the department head. But I really appreciate your perspective from the county's perspective, which you eloquently represented. So enjoy your retirement. I know that the numbers, at least the numbers for me, lined up perfectly. That's the reason why I'm leaving. But enjoy it, and my regards to your lovely wife, and my wife says hello to your wife.
Okay.
You want to go next? Oh, yeah.
Okay, did we get everybody?
John and Santos.
Oh, okay, John and Santos.
I'll do my full go to the order comments. First, I want to introduce to the board Josiah Bezet. If you could stand up, Josiah. Josiah joined us last week, I believe, as an FA2 in credit. So he joins us. He is a BS in engineering and a master's in finance from Texas A&M. Not part of the Big Ten. I know that, but he has recent experiences in commercial real estate. So I know that there's been discussion about credit and real estate. So I think that his background's fantastic. Josiah just took the CFA Level 3 exam. So I think that was a couple weeks ago or so. So fingers crossed. Welcome to the team. We look forward to kind of a long, positive, successful relationship with you, Josiah. So welcome. Second and third, just want to thank both Mr. Knox and Mr. Santos. So beginning with Mr. Knox, it seems like it was yesterday when we were at the Hall of Administration for your swearing in ceremony. It's hard to believe that time has passed since then. For those that weren't there, it was a full house. I mean, it was like they almost had to move it to Dodger Stadium. There were so many people there for Mr. Knox's swearing in. And I think that really speaks volumes about how Mr. Knox, his reputation, how he's perceived, and the tremendous respect that everyone has for him. So congratulations on your retirement. Thank you for your service. We're all jealous, but it is a well-earned retirement, and hope that you savor every moment of it. And as was said, hopefully we have negative actuarial experience with you. So thank you for your service. As far as Mr. Santos, I don't know what to say. I was thinking about maybe to do this in the format of a game show, and maybe doing this in the sense of uninflating it, but the $25,000 pyramid, I'm gonna suggest kind of a clue, and then everyone can provide the answer. So the clue is LACERA. The answer? Ding, 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 ding. Herman Santos. Then I was thinking about maybe what's the way to come up with a number to symbolize, Mr. Santos's impact. We were trying to come up with the number of trustees he worked with, the number of staff. There's a number, 100 billion, that's been thrown out, but it's not that. I'm going to provide a number, and then hopefully people can guess what this is, because it truly is a profound number. $53.6 billion.
Growth since he started.
Yeah.
Nope.
No?
That's where he's
It's even more important.
His bank account.
Yeah.
As a public defender, right?
That's right.
Tim got it.
53.6 billion is?
It's the benefits paid out under his watch.
Yes, $53.6 billion have been paid to LACERA members since Herman's been on the board. That's fantastic. That really is profound. That's a drop the mic number. That's twice the value of assets when you joined. So thank you for your service.
Thank you. Wow.
Thank you for my benefit.
Yeah. Mr. Carmen.
Yes, Chair Jones, I just wanted to, I did talk a little bit about Keith at the BOR, but I'll reemphasize a couple of points. I was actually at that swearing in, and you're absolutely right. I think I've gone to a lot of swearing ins for department heads. I think Keith's day was by far the most individuals that attended a swearing in for a department head, including my own.
Yeah.
The one thing that I remember about that particular day was the speech that he gave. It was probably the most engaging speech I had ever heard a department head make. It had a lot of humor in it. It had a lot about his family. He thanked a lot of really key people, and I just came away thinking, boy, they really made a really good selection here. I've known Keith. We've had interactions professionally probably 30 years. So I've known him as part of the county family, and we worked very closely together. When I was at the assessor's office, he was at the treasurer and tax collector, because I think you were talking about the trifecta, a politician and a tax collector. Well, the assessor is probably right there with the sales, right? And of course, the assessor always gets called the tax collector all the time. But I did want to say that on behalf of the staff, Keith, I want to say thank you very much for all of your support over the years. It was always important for, you were always very open to providing us with some insights about what you're doing with your operations, how we can translate that into a better public service for our members. And so I greatly appreciate that. And not only do I value the professional interaction that we had, but I also value your friendship as well over the years. And so thank you for all of the advice, the sage advice that you've given me over the years from an operational perspective. And even we have had discussions about professional development and job opportunities as we were going through the county system. So thank you for that. I did want to also, Mr. Santos, Trustee Santos, say thank you on behalf of the staff and myself. You, like I said earlier, held us accountable for everything that we said we were going to do. You were always open to suggestions. You gave us your unfettered opinions about certain things as well. And I think that that number says it all, quite frankly. And I think that your legacy has definitely been part of our foundation and part of the will be part of the DNA of this organization moving forward. And so I also wanted to say thank you for all of your work on behalf of the working people of this county. I know that your labor roots run very, very deep. It was important work. And I just want to make sure that you recognize for not only the work that you do on the labor side, the work that you did in the courtroom, and also the work that you did at the trustee level. It's commendable. And we wish both you and Keith a very long retirement, fulfilling retirement, and we will make sure that that the money keeps coming, and we'll start adding up to that $53.6 billion, and it's still counting because the people are still retired. So thank you for everything that you've done, and for me personally as well.
Of course. And just to cap this off before we...
Mr. Chair, Mr. Jones, if I may, I would be remiss. I am so sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead.
Herman, I missed the last board meeting. I was in court. So what is this? You're leaving. I don't want to make the same mistake. I'm trying to figure this out. But you're taking off with Keith. What are you guys doing? And say again.
No, go ahead, Trustee Erie. I'm sorry.
Please bear with me, Herman. What the heck? Everything I said about Mr. Knox. I mean, you have empowered me. You've mentored me. You've taken me to the side. You've instilled confidence in me. Big shoes to fill. I know you're worried about what you're leaving the fund into. And I told you I do my fiduciary responsibility, and both you guys and Gina and everybody else that's gone, you guys really have, created an environment, and our conversations that we've had, and just I don't know, I wish it wasn't so. I just figured it out. I finally got a text that said, "Yeah, he's out of here." So I have to say something about it, and I don't mean to take too much time, but thank you for everything. I hope one day we can all get together for lunch, and I'll buy.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. So,
no, thank you, Trustee Green. Trustee Root.
Yeah, I'm a little dazed and confused myself. Because I thought we were doing a farewell for Trustee Knox, and I'm like, why is everyone talking about Trustee Santos? Wait a minute. I thought it was December.
No.
I could have sworn. I mean, there's so many changes going on at the BOI. And I could have sworn, maybe I just blocked, maybe you did tell me it's this month. I don't know. Maybe I just blocked it out because I refuse to believe it. I'm speechless. I referenced you when I referenced Trustee Knox, but the reason we are as healthy as we are today is because with your longstanding leadership, leading the previous Board of Trustees to get us to where we are. And whenever I hear past dramas or past issues that occurred, I'm like, are we talking about the same organization? Because I can't fathom, I can't imagine those things happening today. And that's because I think on multiple occasions, I thanked all the previous board members and Trustee Santos. I mean, sometimes I don't even have to ask a question because you ask it for me. And who's going to do that for me now? I mean, what is going on? Wait, so I could have sworn you told me it was December. I mean, why? What is this? Isn't there some sort of rules in the bylaws where two trustees can't leave at the same time? Because this is
We
not.
probably need to upgrade it at some
This
level.
is not. Yeah. This. I mean, it's not right. I mean, we obviously can't stop your retirement. It's much deserved for your service to the county. I mean, especially in the department that you worked in. But I mean, I was upset with Trustee Knox, but I refuse to adjourn this meeting. Mark me as a no when that vote comes.
I know what it is. It's Keith's leaving and Herman's got nobody to fight with.
This is I mean, it's just shocking. I think a lot of the newer trustees probably you will find out eventually in the next couple of months all the stuff as you learn about the history of LACERA as I have. But this is just, I mean, this is an end of an era, and I don't know how to take this, and I don't know. I'm gonna have to walk out when Trustee Knox and Trustee Santos speaks because I refuse to hear it. But thank you, Trustee Santos, for your service. But again, I am with mixed feelings about this. It's deserved for all of your efforts to the County of Los Angeles and to LACERA. But well, I just could say just thank you for now.
Yeah, Trustee Me.
Thank you, Chair. I want to say something about Trustee Santos as well. He's also my mentor. With Trustee Green, I second to everything that you said as a mentee, receiving the motivation, support, everything from Mr. Santos. So I have a funny story about everyone to share, if that's okay. So I joined the on-site, off-site meeting last year, and then it's the amazing, educational day. And then after that, I said, was asked, do you want to join us for dinner? I said, oh yeah, networking and free dinner. I would love to join. So I joined, and then I discovered that wasn't a free dinner because I was sitting next to Herman, and he was giving me quiz all night long about what I learned during the day. And gladly I passed his quiz. So this is something about Herman that you probably already know. I was thinking 20 years of service on this board. Is any trustee ever served this long, in this organization? I think that might be the record. Yeah.
Simon Russell.
Oh, okay.
Les Robbins.
So what I learned about Herman is that from very beginning when we interact, he is always about the member. Remember when we talked, I told him I'm learning about corporate governance from UCLA MBA program. And then we said what I learned about a board is boards representing the best interest of, shareholder in a corporation. And in the context of LACERA, that shareholder are members. And that moment when I said that, he's like light up and then he's smiling, without realizing it, because he's all about the member. And he wants a trustee that continue the dedication of work like he did in the past 20 years, guarding that, the special interest for all our members. So just think about it when Herman asking about all the tough questions to all of you as a staff, right? We have different function in this organization. This investment team, operation team, and then the board, in this machine, different part, different function. And Herman is serving this on the board, the solid leadership and the function to safeguard your pension as well. So thank him for those tough questions, because it's for you, your pension as well, and then also make you accountable, help you grow, I hope. So that's something I want to say. And in addition about the mentorship, I have 2 more points to make. I want to thank Herman. As a new trustee, I want to thank him letting me to walk the journey that I walked, the path I walked. He never once say that those are questions that the stupid question that only new trustee would ask. He never once say that. He let me walk that path, that journey, to take away my own learning from it, even good or bad. So thank you for that. And then also thank you for always being there to uplift me. There's always voice that here and there sometimes will get into your head. I will internalize it, and that negative energy will be inside me making damage. And then Herman, as a mentor, he never let that happen. He always pick up a phone call, give me a call, and uplift me and motivate me and share me what the reality and how I should move from there. So for that, thank you so much. Thank you for your service as a mentor, myself as a member. thank you for 20 years of service, and thank you as a mentor. I will miss you a great deal, and then hope, I still can find you and where we travel around the world when I need help. So thank you.
Trustee Gatto.
Let me close this by reminding my colleagues that this was supposed to be a roast. And Trustee Santos was appointed by President Hoover during the depths of the Depression. he guided LACERA through some very dark times in the 1930s. Now, look, in all seriousness, I'm the new guy on the board, but I can tell that your heart is pure. Your reputation is stellar. You stick up for the members. That's the most important thing, is that. And you've set a wonderful example for all of us, and we're going to miss you.
And then to land this impossibly, to both Keith and to Herman, just want to compliment you on public service. I mean, I think I think sometimes it's easy to take public agencies or government or the bureaucracy for granted and heap tons of complaints upon the people that are on it and things of that nature. And I think I appreciate the opportunity to serve with people whose heart and intention and professionalism around their service, or around their conduct, around their deportment, around their collegiality. And the thing that Keith hasn't been here as long as Herman, but one of the things I appreciate about Herman is just the way of passing along wisdom and insight through storytelling, right? Like just kind of letting you know, this was the challenge, this was the disagreement, this was the thing, and this is how we progressed. And it wasn't all easy, right? It doesn't take one vote sometimes to get the evolution that you want. It takes kind of multiple bites at the apple, and that's through there. And then you add in Keith's kind of almost pastoral demeanor, always kind of cool and very diplomatic. I think it's essential, and it's hopefully as a new chairman, I hope to be able to maintain and foster as a part of that legacy. I remember when Keith first reached out to me and said, hey, and I didn't understand the master plan behind it, but he's kind of like, hey, even though I'm the most senior guy, you're the next one, how about you take the chairman's role? And I was like, what? I said, seems like I just got here. And I remember asking him, and I said, hey, is this a baton or a grenade? And at this point, I can say it was a baton at that level, and that's kind of the same effort that for David and Jason Green, the old guys now on the board, kind of our responsibility to carry on the same ethos, the same intentionality, the same narrow focus on the members, and then also to grow the same level of in-depth interaction engagement with the staff. I think the quality of the interaction with the staff has evolved over time since you've been here, as well as you, Keith. Those are all things should be top of mind of us as new colleagues in terms of how to continue to improve our professionalism, improve our ability to be a part of growing from 75 or 76 billion to 100 billion, right? And the amount of payouts that we would have been over whatever course of terms that we have during that time frame. So without further ado, I'm just going to say a simple thank you. I know I will see you guys out there somewhere. I need to get attached to your Instagram page so I can see where you're going during all this retirement, the things that are going on. And then we'll report back for closed session here in 7 minutes at 2:00. And then this meeting's adjourned.
What can I say?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yep.
I really would like to speak directly to the staff. It's
Can you get out of your way?
It's been a pleasure working with all of you, especially those of you who have been with me for the past 20 years, Vache and others. The respect that you develop in my book, it was based on all the work and dedication that you show day in and day out. I had the privilege to accompany some of you in due diligence, South America, Middle East, Asia, and I saw you how you work and how dedicated you are, and how you were able to manage those managers that you were dealing with. It was tremendous to see you operate at that level, out in the industry as well on the board. So I thank you. The CIO always gets the credit, but I always remember that it was you who went out there and did what you had to do in order for us to get to where we are, right? Coming from the $23 billion when I first got elected to where we are. And what happened in the Great Recession? I believe, Vachi, if anybody can correct me, it's you. I believe we lost $13 billion during the Great Recession. $13 billion this fund lost. And look where we are today. I think counting the OPEB, we're up to $80 billion. Think about that. Now we stand at the fact that we have $1 billion negative cash flow. And we never missed a payment. Never missed a payment. So I thank you. Thank you for your dedication. And I know it's your money also. And I always remember that. And I hopefully remind you, because a lot of times we get caught up in our work, in the routine, and we forget. That is your money also that you are safeguarding and making it grow. It is, which is one of the reasons why David Green and myself insisted that we needed to highlight a member every time we begin a board meeting. Because even me, a county employee, needs to be reminded why I'm here. I'm here for the members, for the sewer rats, the individuals to get down into the sewer. Think about that. When there's floods or a lot of rain, who has to take care of the roads? The county workers, the morgue, the people who work in the morgue, the people that are responsible for picking up injured people or dead bodies in the freeway. That's county employees. We do all that. And, for many years, it was very offensive to me when I would hear the Governor Schwarzenegger criticize the defined benefit plan, and a lot of people who said that us as county employees, we're ripping off the taxpayer. Not true. That's why we have the LACERA dollar. And that was something that I emphasized, and I wanted the CEO to always include in his CEO report, that 69 cents of every dollar that we pay out comes from the return on the investments. That's the work we all do here. That's the work you do. 69 cents. It's huge. And we, on the average, county employees, we contribute another 10%. So we're not ripping off the taxpayer. It's the work that we do here, and that's why it's so important. And that's why it's so important that we continue to safeguard the fact that we have two boards here. Because all we do on this board is invest the money and deal with the money. We're not sidetracked with disability claims or the administration of the operation. It's important. It's very important, the role that the Board of Retirement, but it's better to have it the way we have it. There's a dichotomy there. It allows for us to concentrate on the business at hand. So again, if I'm going to miss anybody, it's going to be the staff. Honestly. I always look forward to your remarks, to your presentations. When I would see you at those conferences, it was always great to see you there. I even share perhaps a glass of wine. But if anything, and I look how diverse the staff is. The few of us, the few of you are here. That is something that was not here when I got here. Look at that. How many women we have now? And that's what we want. We finally have a principal investment, a female principal investment officer, which is tremendous. It's something that I strive, because when we go out there with the Emerging Manager Program, right, we're very proud of a program. Yeah, we got 21% return, but it was embarrassing when managers or people come in and see that there was no diversity here. There was no diversity on the board either in those days. So we have come a long way. Keep it going. I'm determined to remain healthy so I can take every penny from LACERA. Thank you. For my colleagues, it's been a pleasure. Didn't have the opportunity to work as much with you, but I really appreciate the questions being asked. It's very important because as an elected individual who's not an investment professional, what the hell do I know about investments? I'm a criminal lawyer, right? But I always appreciate it. And I thank the appointees for taking the time to doing the work, for asking the questions, because I always want to make sure that whatever conclusion I made based on the writing that was provided by the staff or the consultant, I wanted to hear my colleague's opinion. Maybe I didn't understand the report correctly, or maybe my decision is not quite there. And it's always good to hear from my colleagues, because maybe they saw something that I did. And that allows all of us to make the right decision on behalf of the members. And so thank you. I know you don't get paid, or very minimum. Thank you. If anybody deserved, thank you, is those of you who are appointed, because you're really doing a public service here. Thank you.
Mr. Knox.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Rue. Yeah, my term really ends. My elected term ends at the end of the year. But as I said earlier, the numbers lined up. And I cannot resist.
Carpe diem, seize the day.
That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
So thank you very much.
And then lastly, Keith.
Yes, thank you. I leave it to the attorney to fill the room with all the words that he did. He covered a lot of it. I want to thank everybody again, Santos, for your leadership. John, just an excellent CIO. The team, as Trustee Santos mentioned, is really excellent, always very helpful, providing good feedback to me. The new trustees, I can tell you have a really good head on your shoulders collectively, and you're asking a lot of good questions. I'm sorry I'm not going to be able to work with you more than I did so briefly. I'm sorry I wasn't there today in person just to say goodbye to several of you. Linda, I want to thank you. When I was chair in 2020, it was such a hectic year, and you were so great to work with. And even after I was chair, just a really nice support system to us collectively. Mr. Santos, just a real effective trustee and leader. I've appreciated your perspective. You're such a great sounding board. You're so passionate about the system that we have so much to learn from you. I appreciate your energy. One quick story with Mr. Santos is, several years ago, we didn't have the rotational system in place for board chair. And so it was just kind of this positioning to see who could get the most votes or enough votes to get it. It was really crappy. So I had reached out to Mr. Santos. Hey, I was interested in running for chair. Would you be supportive? And then we had this conversation where he was politely questioning my allegiance, to the fund versus the CEO versus the board of supervisors. And I'm thinking, what the hell is this guy questioning the treasurer as to his integrity? But, you know, it wasn't offensive. It taught me that there's a perception that I needed to be aware of. And it just kind of broadened my perspective on how I represented myself, you know, as treasurer tax collector, how I represented myself as a trustee of the system. So I always appreciate that. I don't bristle at Mr. Santos. I take it, you know, sometimes with a chuckle. I take it other times with a, you know what, he's got an excellent point. So thank you for all your service, Mr. Santos, to our members. And I appreciate you all very much. Thank you.
All right, motion to adjourn 2:10. Come back 2:10. Close session.
Recording stopped.
Because it's 2:05 now.